All right.
Very quickly, this is going to be a very biased recap.
No! No! Fuck no! God fucking damn it!
It's not that bad. It will end in like 5 seconds.
I'll be right back. I'm listening to that.
Did he kill a lizard?
No, I think he dropped
Did
the
a
soup.
lizard go up his ass?
Golly.
So, we started last session after we left the tent, and after we got the Several agree to start the war against Valenza. We
Captain, mute your mic.
Christ.
I'm working on it.
Nuno, try again. Try again.
We started last session after we left the tent.
Go back to
Go for whiskey, Django.
Yeah, fucking over and out. Disconnect all transmission.
Knock down.
So-
during this tomfuckery, I fixed what problem I had over my head. Continue.
So, we started last session, after we talked to the Dwarven leaders, after we agreed for them to start the war at Shalinsta, and then we left and reconvened in the other side of the Colosseum, getting Kira and the rest of the kids next to us so we can plan out our next move. We had a lengthy discussion about it, and Abot decided he needed to do some sendings and some Gaze of the Two Minds, and I believe Kira and Damien left to purchase some things for travel through the mountains if we were to go west. If I can remember correctly, this part is a little fuzzy. Kira and Damien managed to obtain what they needed without too much trouble. Kira was able to make a new friend by flirting with a dude named Brock, and the dude named Brock got then a bit, how's it said in English? Dumped? I think that's the correct.
Rejected. You're looking for rejected.
Rejected. Okay. But they obtained what they needed, and then they came back. Meanwhile, Abot was doing several sendings and Gate of the Two Minds, tried to speak to Bombera. Bombera wouldn't respond, or if he responded, he was like very snarky about it, but he didn't get too much out of what he was doing. Same thing from Junta, and then he used it to his our buddy in the Temple of Savras, and he essentially told him that the molten ore were threatening the temple, and I'm sorry, Soup, I'm gonna need help here. I don't remember. He said I know he said something else, but I don't remember.
Oh shit. He said that what's his face was on the boat, that author that we needed at time.
Thank you. Yeah, that's important. Okay. We were, oh no, she's going to destroy the Temple of Savras, gotta do something about it, and we tried to essentially speak to her before the next day started, or before the next day's council started, by asking the Dwarven leaders if they knew about her. They told us they didn't, and that they weren't expecting anyone from this market to speak on stage. So we kind of relaxed, went back to sleep. We woke up, got ourselves into the big file of people going inside of the Colosseum. We listened for a little while. We started expecting Risana when we saw her enter through Gaze of the Two Minds of Abot and sitting down next to Junta. The Dwarven leaders announced that they were starting the war, and a lot of questions and a lot of protests happened from the dwarves. Eventually, one of them asked, how the fuck are we gonna win this? And Rasana went on stage and announced and started making her whole spiel, essentially saying, we're gonna go do it, we're gonna forge the weapons of the gods for you, we're gonna kill all the Savrasics to do it, and yeah, we're gonna all do that because we're awesome. And meanwhile, Carrick and Abot were attempting to go onto the stage to protest this, but no one was listening to Carrick, and the dwarven leaders called Flint onto stage to essentially tell her, we already have a man doing that on the job, and he's gonna go with you. And Flint was like, yeah, no, we're all going together. That's great. Rosanna left, and we started following her, and that's when we ended the session. I lied when I said this recap was going to be very biased, because I forgot to be biased, my bad.
Okay. Alright.
Alright, we need we gotta redo the recap then.
You want to restart?
Yeah. Hey, Captain, can you talk real quick? We gotta get out there.
Captain?
Do we have Captain?
What's the... Yes.
Oh, he doesn't sound like a
There we
monster. Wow. Alright. So, with that, Rosanna has just left the arena. You guys followed after. You're now standing outside of the Dwarvish amphitheater after she has made her speech. The dwarves are kind of filing out around you. At Flint, as you agreed on stage and publicly to assist Rosanna, the dwarven leaders, said that they are going to hold their decisions. And this day of the summit has come to a close, and again, you find yourselves outside of the amphitheater. Rosanna walked south. Carrick, you would know where the different ritual sites of the molten ore are, and you would know where the closest one is if you guys decide to seek out Rosanna. With that, the dwarves are filing out of the amphitheater. The clan leaders have not yet exited. What are you guys doing?
As we're still walking out of the Colosseum, I assume I passed through Abot and started bringing all of us together, and I say, so, how are we gonna do this? Are we going after her?
We need to speak with her as soon as possible. Eric.
He's just Abot turns to face him.
Yes.
How do you want to approach this?
Is this because she is a member of the Molten Ore, or is it because she has inherited some powers?
Yes.
A and B.
I mean, look, like I said, I'm not angry with her or with Goiminu. I'm frustrated with Goiminu, but I don't know how reasonable this person will be. If you all want to try talking, I'm not going to stop you. I don't think she'll be very receptive to talking, but I know where the closest molten ore site would be if we want to try and make our way there.
Then we should make it there with great haste.
Alrighty, let's get to it.
Alright, so just starting to follow Carrick.
Yep, so I start leading them, towards,
Excuse me.
I kept burping, but I kept muting myself. Thank you. I start leading them towards the molten ore site.
Okay.
Well, should we get the horses? Because we have the kids.
Yeah, we should get all.
I mentally tell. I said, I got this one. I mentally tell Orion to pull on each one of the horses, like leads, and lead them towards the location I give them.
Roll an animal handling check for Orion. Your horse is going to roll an animal handling check.
Okay, I don't know what my horse's modifier is.
I do.
Wouldn't that just be persuasion?
I would say it's animal. I don't know if Orion.
It is. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking with the fact that he is an animal handling on
Animal-
Ha 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 ha! Roll an
Is
animal handling check.
Wisdom.
I know his modifier
Oh, okay.
because he's just a horse.
He's a war horse.
Okay.
Difference.
The difference.
16.
Okay. So after a few moments, Orion appears, kind of walking through the crowd. As you guys are moving south, he knows where you are, and actually does reach you with the other 3 horses. Kind of, you guys have already started your way south, and he knows where you are, and so you kind of converge as you're walking down.
Well,
I look at Karen and I say, pretty cool trick.
yeah, it's pretty neat.
Very
Um,
useful. Good
That
job.
probably successfully shaved off like 30 minutes to an hour off of your trip.
Lit.
So as you
Yeah.
walk down for another few hours, kind of pushing through the crowd, leaving the dwarvish campsite and moving down into the market, you see in the middle of the market there is this very large clearing with these stone like arches that come around in a circle. Just one arch into the next, into the next, into the next. Each of them serving as like almost like a crude doorway. In the center is just rows upon rows of anvils and work tables. And you see at the center there's a circular podium with a large rusted old anvil. As you kind of make your way and get closer, you see a human woman, Rasana, in the middle at that anvil, kind of just leaning over it, looking down on at the anvil itself. The space is completely empty except her standing in the middle. She's got both hands kind of resting on the anvil, and she's looking down at it. As you guys approach, you're probably about 60 or so feet away as you stand at those arches. Probably about each row of these anvils kind of in a circle around. Actually, I could draw this to make it a little more, make a little more sense. Put this over here for now. So this is kind of the podium she's standing at. And then basically out from it, just anvils and workstations all the way around, kind of out in a circle around it. Until you reach the arches. It's not a very big space, but it does seem to serve as a place of worship and communal smithing. Carrick, you've attended these before, and kind of you never actually like in the worship and the smithing that's done here, but more of it's almost like a commune in a sense of community that goes on here. Whether you're a worshiper or not, people do come here to kind of share ideas of blacksmithing, talk about blacksmithing in general, and just it's kind of like a trade workshop or a trade showcase. People exchanging ideas and thought, as well as religion and thoughts on Goibinu. You see where are actually I'm just gonna get rid of that. We don't need it. You see her standing at the center on that podium, as all of you come from the north.
Is she facing us?
No, she's facing away. She's looking down. Her back is to you, and you can't tell what she's doing, but she does. You do see both her hands on the anvil. You do not. She's not in armor. She's not armed.
Maybe I'm approaching.
Okay. So you just walk into into the area and past the anvils.
Yes, yeah, Abot's just passing by them, just approaching her directly.
Okay.
I assume the rest of the group is following as well.
Yeah.
So you walk in, Abot, you leading the way. The children on top of the horses, and the rest of you kind of walking just behind Abot in a group. As you approach, she can hear the shifting of your metal body, Abot, as you approach, and she kind of slowly lifts her head and turns and looks at you and kind of scans over you, and she brings a hand up to her eyes, wipes her eyes. Roll me a perception check, Abot.
Uh, 16.
You can see that she's crying as she turns to you, wipes her eyes, and then kind of puts on this stone cold face and looks at you.
He, arms at his side, elbows bent outwards, just arms sort of outspread.
Hello, Rosanna.
She kind of looks at you, and her head cocks open and cocks to one side, and then looks, kind of scans the group, sees Flint, makes that eye contact, and then looks and her eyes seem to linger on Carrick for a moment, and then look back at you, Abot, and then look back at Carrick. And she says, "You're the sentient golem? The one going by Abot?" "Yes."
We come in the name of war as allies.
"I know you why you're here. Goibinu told me that you would come."
Goibinu is not as wise of a man as I thought him to be.
Abot's just continuing to move forward.
So as you kind of walk through this space, you get to just the edge of the podium, kind of looking. The podium's maybe like maybe like a foot high, so she's not standing much taller than, like, you guys are about at eye level because she's probably about a foot shorter than you are, at your 6 feet. You guys kind of walk into the space. Kids are on the horsies. She kind of looks at you. After you say that, just maintains that what would be eye contact with you and doesn't say anything.
Rosanna, I do not know how much you know, but I believe we have a great set of tools that you are now available to use. Our goals align.
I'm aware. I know that what you seek out to do is in alignment with what Goibinu needs. And her eyes shift to Carrick. And I understand the pain in your heart about what he has asked us to do. He's told me of your reluctance to commit and your, what I'll call, decision paralysis. And I truly understand.
She talking to me when
She's
she says
looking
that?
at you when she says that. And she looks back at Abot. He's made it clear that this place, my home, will be destroyed if I don't do what he's asking. And
He doesn't know.
she kind of turns back to you, and her you see, like, almost like a look of confusion on her face.
Abot swivels his head over to Carrick.
He's not all-knowing. None of them are all-knowing. I mean, a god wouldn't need a bunch of sentries to collect information for him if he knew it all already.
Regardless, what I think Carrick is trying to say is that nothing is forcing you into this.
It's actually not what I'm saying, but that's true. Goibniu is obviously very powerful and intelligent, but that doesn't mean he's infallible. I'm not making any judgments on anyone's decisions. All I'm saying is that if the gods knew what they needed to do and that, you know, option A would lead to outcome A, that, I mean, there wouldn't be any potential war because they'd already know how it would turn out, and so therefore it would be pointless.
So you do not believe in him?
Define believe in.
You do not believe that what he's... I know you have. He's told me of you and of your rationale, and I understand that I was not his first choice.
Define believe in. I believe he thinks he's right.
And you do not believe that he is?
I don't know how much of our conversations he shared with you, but what I told him is I'm not convinced that we need to commit genocide to sentient beings, whether or not they're organic or not, to save a bunch of others. If it came down to that, I would consider it, but I don't know that that's something that we need to do. They may not.
To suspect this is a conversation we should have had earlier.
This is something Avot says in Awakened Mind to Carrick.
Carrick looks at him and he kind of just like shrugs and is like, I guess. I don't know.
She looks at Abot
Avot's pulled his head back.
and then looks at you again, Carrick, and then looks at the rest of you and says, if I do not do it and you do not do it, he will just find someone who will. And I believe in him. I always have. And looking at Flint, I fight for my beliefs. I always have. I understand the ramifications of what he's asking me to do. But I am rallying all the people that I can in order to do what I believe is right.
Can I ask you a question?
She kind of looks up at you, Damien.
There, right? Yeah.
You're there.
Okay. If you could do something violently or peacefully, which would you choose?
Peacefully, obviously.
I look at the others and give them a nod. Do they nod back by chance? Maybe not knowing what I'm talking about.
That's up to everybody. I don't.
I
Yeah,
think
that's what I'm asking.
Avot does not put two and two together. He's confused.
Okay.
I think Carrick kind of understands.
Everybody
what
roll
you're
an
saying.
insight check, and then if depending on the roll, Damien or David, you can explain what Damien's alluding to.
Yeah, Avot, I'm not
For-
gonna roll. He fails.
Okay.
What
I
is
got a 17.
Oh, that's a 20 with my modifiers.
Okay. So the three of you pick up. David, what are you getting at here?
I'm trying to that we know that the Savrasians will possibly give themselves up, right? That we don't need like a war to like murder people. That's what I'm alluding to.
Oh.
I, this is hard for me to say because I am a big friend of Avar here. There are a lot of golems, and most of them have not been given sentence yet. Is it necessary to be every single one of them? Why can't we spare the sentient ones?
And I believe that Goibinu thinks in blacks and whites, and his demeanor and his way of finding commitment seems to be by having someone who will follow without hesitation.
That is
And
correct.
I think that if I was, and I have, told him yes, I will do what he's asking, every single golem, but I don't do just that, and I only sacrifice what is necessary to be sacrificed. I don't think that, and I hope that he will view that as a decision well made. He's given me this power. He gave it to you. And I think that he's an emotional man. And even with all of that, and my newfound understanding of his being and what he is, I think that he's right in his intent and maybe not right in his words and feelings. I don't know if you agree, Carrick.
Excuse me. I think that Goibniu believes that he's doing what he needs to do to try and preserve this plane.
As you're saying that, her head, she's nodding up and down.
But, like I've said, I don't know if he can't or he won't interfere directly, but he tends to be tight-lipped about what he knows and what he doesn't know.
And I think that's with good reason. I don't think he knows who he can trust.
Trust? What? What? The laughter is in character.
She kind of looks at you confused and says, he knows what he thinks what needs to be done, and my understanding is that he can't do it himself. He can't interfere directly with this world. And so he needs to find someone who will just follow his word and do what he thinks is right. Now, showing him that I trust him and doing what his word exactly as it is said, without any critical thinking, those are two different things. I can tell him that I trust him, and I can trust him, and that he can trust me, and show him that he can trust me. But I do not believe that every single one of these golems need to be thrown into a vat of lava simultaneously. And she kind of smiles at you as she says that.
Well,
I wouldn't do that with my own iron stock. I only use what's necessary.
that's very nice. Let me put it this way. I think we all hope that the upcoming situation is resolved with as little combat and as much diplomacy as possible.
If Cyril is right that the Shalinstians are intending to come here, I think that there will be combat. I think there will be war. And I need to give my people, my home, the best chance of survival. And that is why I will open the forge. And while yes, Goibinu has not been very explicit in his talks of the corruption and ancients that might be awakened and all of these things, I know what I believe. And that is all I can act on.
If I may, you seem like a fairly level-headed. She's human, right?
She's human. Not the most like attractive. She has kind of a masculine jawline, as well as her cheekbones are kind of like offset and her eyes are a little bit offset. Um, she's got kind of these amber colored eyes, brunette hair that's kind of messy in this bun. And again, her hands are thick, muscular, and worn. She's about 5'9", maybe like 5'8". Um,
Age, roughly?
Seems to be in her early 30s. Very broad shoulders, and you can just see like as she talks, the musculature in her neck kind of flexing. Her nose has a slight hook in it, and but she does have a kind of the way that her lips kind of rest on each other is very soft, and she seems to, in this moment, she just has a very gentle disposition.
So just considering sort of what I was saying, you seem like a level-headed woman. So I would just give you this piece of advice, at least from my perspective. Goibniu is looking for a pawn. He is the king, and he's looking for pawns. I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I simply hope that you understand the power structure, which I think you do.
I do, and I agree with you.
But I would also think about what happens if the king decides to sacrifice one of his pawns, and what the pawn will do afterwards, if the pawn wishes to continue on, or...
And I think that by accepting and using this power, that's me admitting that I'm willing to be that sacrifice if it is for the good of the people that I love and care about.
Oh,
Well, I felt that way as well, but it wasn't enough for him, so just keep that in mind.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm still here, and
I
I
don't-
can't make hammers come out of the ground anymore.
So, isn't that what you want then? You're no longer involved in something that you don't believe in.
I told you that I believe that Goibniu is doing what he thinks is right. What I was hoping was that he would trust in my judgment and the judgment of my party, and guide us, but give us liberty and independence. He, suffice it to say, was not okay with that arrangement.
I respect your honesty and your integrity, Carrick. I think that maybe in your conversations with him, you told him this? And you told him that you didn't necessarily agree?
Oh, yes.
And I think that that's where you and I differ.
That's fine.
And I am going to hold this power, and I'm going to use it to the best of my ability until he takes it from me. And I will tell him what he needs to know and what he needs to hear, the same as he does me. And I will, to the best of my ability, do what he has set me out to do. And as of right now, I view that as traveling to Treston, looking at Flint, finding this key, opening the Earthforge, and only sacrificing as many, and looks like Ava, of these golems as I need to in order to arm the army that the dwarves provide. No more, no less.
I did not realize that you would be so reasonable, Rizana.
Just kind of looks down at the ground.
so used to running into violent problems and having to respond with violence in turn.
And he's sort of sinking back down a little bit. There's realization about him.
She kind of looks at the ground and she looks up.
Rosanna, I think we will be good allies.
She kind of looks at you for a moment and she says, and I appreciate that, Abot, but what I need you to understand is that if it comes to a point where all of the golems are gone except you, and I need one more weapon, I will throw you in that pit myself.
I would like to see you try, Rosanna.
She kind of laughs.
I came here prepared to kill you.
I
Do
assumed
not
as much.
forget that.
It's
Again,
kind of the
Goibin,
way
you
he's
told me.
talking- Oh, sorry, go ahead.
She says, again, Goibin, you told me that you and Flint and Carrick, kind of lingers on Carrick, especially Carrick, would come.
To kill you?
He said not to be surprised if you did.
Oh, he's a fucking asshole.
He said that there's a vengeance within you and there's some kind of pain.
We all have pain inside of us. Let me ask you something. If I tell you tomorrow it may be sunny and it's sunny out, does that make me a fucking fortune teller? No. This is what I'm talking about. All of his high stature bullshit. People might be coming to kill you. You don't need to have superpowers to fucking somebody come to kill you. You could be a fucking laundromat runner and somebody could try and kill you.
As you kind of say this, you can see that she's like trying to almost like forcefully maintaining this like slight smile that she's tried to have in as she's been trying to be very cordial, and she's trying to maintain that. And she says, "I think that Goibinu was wrong. I don't think it's a vengeance or a pain within you. I think it's a burning passion for something. I can see it in your demeanor and the way you talk."
My burning passion. Whoop. Can everyone
Okay.
hear me?
Now we can.
Goibin used just
Yeah,
up
yeah.
above.
My monitor just like fucking conked out. Oh, wait, okay, it's back. I don't know what the fuck.
Maybe
happened.
your wire came out.
Wiggle them wires, boy.
I mean, I didn't touch my monitor. I don't know.
Maybe you move the table.
Black Friday, baby.
Mm.
Anyway, what I want is same as you. I want to protect the ones that I love and care about and prevent this plane from coming into some sort of catastrophic event where everyone dies and there's undead all over the place. That's what I want.
She's solemnly nodding, and then when you say everyone dies and undead all over the place, she kind of stops nodding, and her brow furrows a little bit. Like that one caught her off guard.
I'd like to make this very clear to you right now. And I'd assume I'd assume that my hammer is stowed.
Yeah, all your weapons are stowed. I'd assume, unless any of you explicitly said to me that I'm walking in there with my weapon drawn, I assumed that none of them were.
I have no intention of killing you. If we ever do come to blows, I assume you'll be awake and you'll be armed. I do not want to kill you to get my power back. And honestly, Goibniu and I had an agreement, and he seems to have reneged on that, so I'm sort of done on that front. I can't speak for my compatriots, but I think all things considered, we're on the good side of things. Not perfect, but we're not gonna just kill someone in cold blood.
Her head kind of tilts to one side, and she says, "Can you explain to me how Goibinu reneged on a deal that you had made?"
Well, the last time we spoke, I forget the exact words we used, but something to the effect of, I would find out how to unlock the Earth Forge and find out more information about the Earth Forge, and if I did, he would give me my powers back. And I did that, I communicated with that to him a couple of times, and I snapped my fingers to cast Prestidigitation or Light.
And she
And
starts
nothing.
nodding her head again.
So, I told him this before. If he wants to give me my powers back, I would appreciate it. But if he doesn't, I'm still gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'll probably die a lot easier, but it is what it is.
And she looks at you, and Goibinu told me that you had these powers before I did.
Yes.
And he told me that he needs someone he can trust and rely on.
Yeah, he said the same to me.
And I think that Goibinu has a skewed idea of trust and reliability. But I trust myself more than I trust anyone else to do the right thing. And so I will tell Goibinu exactly what he needs to hear for me to do what I know is right.
That is wise in one aspect, but it's also very dangerous. I would be very considerate of your actions.
It's a
Very mindful.
sacrifice, and I understand the risk of what I'm doing. And I understand the potential sacrifice that I could be made into. But if I can push things one step in the right direction for my family and the people I love and this community, then I know that I've done the best that I can.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, Carrick, that I can't help you get your powers back, but what I can ask is if you, the 5 of you, will help me get this clasp so that I can fulfill what I think is right.
I can't speak for the entire group, but you are far different than I was expecting you to be, and in a positive. As Abot said before, and given your expectation, we have been very violent before, but it's always been in response. You shouldn't expect us to go weapons drawn to almost anywhere without it being either retaliation or well, that. Another thing that if we're gonna be allies, it seems that there's a lot of you may be, not a lot, but there are things that you need to be better explained. I saw the furrowed brow when Carrick mentioned the undead.
She kind of looks at you, just waiting for more information.
Can you tell
As
us
Flint begins
what
to
you...
explain, Abot backs up and lets Flint move forward.
Can you tell us what you know so that we can work with what you say and improve on it instead of maybe saying a lot you already know based on what we've already told Raven?
She looks at you and says, I know that Goibinu believes that 5 calamities are coming. I don't exactly understand the origin or the how of how those calamities will come, or what exactly they are. I have an idea based on what Cyriel's told me and things that I've put together from other situations. I believe that the Shalinstians are what is considered corrupt in this world. And I believe that they are coming to wipe out this market and claim these lands for their own. And I believe that that is what he's calling the death of young. I believe that the Shalinstian admirals, I know that the Shalinstian admirals have some access to magical properties, much like the ones that Goibinu has bestowed upon me. And I believe that they have the ability to awaken some form of ancient, some form of demon of sorts, maybe. I don't really know. And I believe that if I am to arm the dwarven clans with weapons made of these golems, that they would stand up as an army of stone.
Alright.
I also believe that the Prime Admiral of the Shillenstein force, his greed and his hunger for power is what Goibinu is referring to as a endless hunger. And so with all of this information, I believe that the right thing to do is to fight back and have Cyril reach out to the other nations and destroy the Shillensteins.
So,
But
on
those
our
are all
end-
just my beliefs
yeah,
and what I intend
understand
to do.
that. Yeah. I understand that those were interpretations based on our knowledge. We're gonna give you our knowledge and what we've known of these calamities for about a month now, and we've been working towards uncovering more about them. So we'll tell you what we know specifically. The corruption is not the Shillensteins. The corruption seems to be some matter thing that is twisting monsters, twisting animals, turning them to monsters, infecting people and killing them, turning golems and the crystals almost insane sometimes. Kira is, and I point to Kira,
She gives
is
a little wave.
is a of the daughters of Freya. Aru is. I look around. Is there a lot of people around?
No, there's nobody
Oh.
around you in this temple area except you guys and your kids and Rasana.
Okay, and there's no one. It's not visible inside, right?
What do you mean? You are inside. Outside it's just these arches. So like you could see the rest of the market going on all outside of this little shrine, but this like 60-foot or 100-foot area is just wide open.
So, because we're a little bit outside and summoning the things would be make a commotion, you'll have to believe my word. Kira has been collecting the daughters of Freya, which are wolves with antlers that seem to be a conduit of Freya's power. We would show this to you if we weren't outside with a lot of people seeing, but I'm pretty sure we're going to find some other time to show you. They and the keeper's jobs is to cure this corruption. They are able to enter a crystallized form, and whatever they encase in that crystal gets quote-unquote purified, with the corruption being assimilated by the keeper. The corruption has... We're not sure if it's the same corruption, but it seems to be due to the reactions of the wolves. But Abot, for example, has a small amount of corruption in this crystal, and I myself have been have inhalated some while I was dying, and Abot needed to do it to save me. So that's our belief of what the corruption is, and it is high on the possibility chart because of we have a whole god dedicated to it and a bunch of crazy divine creatures dedicated to it.
So,
as well.
so your explanation seems to be much more fantastical than mine.
Indeed.
Excuse me. Raise your hand here if you have magical powers.
We all except Croker.
I raise my hand and I give her
Everyone raise their
a wolfy grin.
Thank you.
Yeah, we are no strangers to the fantastical, I'm afraid.
She kind
Is
of
everyone
she kind of scans her eyes.
Except Carrick.
She scans her eyes over all of you.
Carrot goes to lift his hand and goes, "Oh wait, no."
And so how will we uncover the truth?
Well, that's a good question. It's one of the things that we've been struggling with going forward.
She looks at Carrick again. Carrick, do you believe that Goibinu knows the truth and is omitting it?
I think that, like any good leader, Goibniu knows that he cannot appear weak to his troops. And I don't know if Goibniu knows everything. I genuinely believe that he's doing what he thinks is right. But as I said earlier, he's not all-knowing. None of them are.
She looks at you again, and then kind of looks at all of you. Are all of your gifts bestowed by gods like Goibinu?
No.
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 Ava gives like a so-so hand.
For the most part, mine are my own, but everyone else was gifted.
Mine was taught this power. It is not something that anyone gave to me. I had to learn how to do it by myself.
Mine were learned as well, but the wolves were gifted to me.
It isn't hard to explain.
I didn't understand that things outside of this market were as incredible as you've made them seem. You can see that she's kind of like heavy with thought as she's kind of interpreting all of this and digesting it. I think that I still need to move forward with what I believe until I'm shown an undeniable answer to the unknown. Because as I see this is the five of you have one idea of what threatens us. And I think that Goibinu does not have all the information. He's relying on us to figure it out.
Well, the good thing about your belief in this case is that despite it being right or wrong, your methodology will give us the means to fight, even if it's something else.
Why would you fight
So-
for something if you didn't think that it was what you set out to fight? I don't understand.
You misunderstand me. I'm saying that whether your theory on what the corruption is true, or our theory is, or something else entirely, your methodology to go against this theory allows you to obtain tools that can fight other things. Does this make sense?
She nods. Yes, it does.
So yeah. Whether you believe us or not, or
It is not that I don't believe you. It's that I'm not willing to sacrifice my own beliefs at this time for yours.
What would make you believe us?
I'm not saying that I don't.
What would give you undeniable?
Are you
accept-
saying that there is no shadow of a doubt that you are right in your interpretation of these calamities?
I think there's always room for error, but you said that ours are more on the fantastical side.
And
Is
they
that
are.
what's making you doubt our
I'm-
interpretation?
I'm sorry. And she kind of turns around for a second and goes back to the anvil, and you could see that she's thinking of the way she's being very careful with her word choice because she does not want confrontation. She's trying to think of the proper words to help have constructive dialogue. And she kind of like composes herself for a minute, and then she turns back around, and she says, I'm not saying that I doubt you or your understanding of the things that have happened to you. What I'm saying is that we have multiple hypotheses of what is going on here and what Goibinu is concerned of. And until we take actions and steps forward to uncover the truth of what is happening, I cannot rule out any idea.
If I can interject real quick, I have a proposal because it seems as though there are tensions. I would like us all to sort of go over just some common tenets that I think we can agree on. We all do not want life as we know it to be eradicated, correct?
Correct.
Obviously.
Okay. We would value aligning ourselves with like-minded people, correct?
Correct.
Rosanna nods.
Okay. At this time, none of us have any ideas about killing anyone else that's here, correct?
None whatsoever.
She nods again.
I look at this lady as a ally.
Okay. So then, because with all due respect, you seem a little stressed. I think if maybe we can just sort of...
Did you say that to her?
Yes.
I'm very stressed. I think this is very stressful.
I mean this in a nice way, but you'll get used to it. If we can all just sort of come to an understanding now that we're all on the same side, and while we might differ on some of the details, we're all going to work together to fix this until such time as it appears we are no longer on the same side. Should that come up, not anticipating it will, but at least for the short term, we all seem to be allies, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that our alliance needs to be short-termed, but if you do that, is fine.
Abot doesn't say a word.
Yeah, and Carrick notices this, and Master Abot,
Yes.
good. Carrick
Is Habot giving any allusion to the fact that he might be lying?
Well, that was my bad. He, whenever someone like says, "Are you Matthew?" and then I'll say, "Yes." What do you need? It wasn't like a confirmation of.
Oh, okay.
Great.
that was a mad.
Abot looks pretty confused right now when Carrick just goes on and keeps talking.
So when everybody comes into accord, Carrick is gonna just pull his shield out and just sort of lean on it a little bit.
Like on the he's like putting it in between him and on the ground. And he's like using it as like a prop almost.
Yeah,
Okay.
just like a little support. You know, it's been
Yeah.
a long day. He's getting tired.
Okay. Being a little
so-
nonchalant. I get it.
Yeah. So, what's I think we can, unless any of you have any more pressing things you want to discuss. What's our next move?
Well, that is the thing that needs to be discussed. I wanted to show Rosanna one of the Daughters of Freya, especially because we need to find one in this continent before we set out to trust.
Possibly two.
She looks at you when you say before you set out to trust it, and she says, "What is the pressing matter with the Daughters of Freya? Why do you need to uncover them now?"
They will, if we understand it. There is a time to make sure that they're collected.
She looks
If
up.
we don't,
She looks up at Kira as you're talking, still listening to you. Like continue, but she's looking up at Kira as you're saying this.
I noticed this and I say, Kira can probably explain much better than I can.
I start arranging the horses while I'm talking.
Okay.
I tell Orion to. Are you trying to make a circle? Is that what I'm seeing?
I'm just trying to block some space right here.
Yes, I just mentally tell Orion. I say fill in any gaps that the horses are missing.
So as you guys are, as you're talking and telling her, she says, "Do you have reason to believe that the wolves are currently in a state where they'll be wilting or withering, whatever your word choice was? Do you have reason to believe that that is happening now and that you... Because it is unclear to me when the Shalinstians will strike. And if my options are save this wolf and save my home, I'm going to prioritize saving my home.
I think saving the wolf and saving your home go hand in hand.
You believe that this wolf will directly lead to the saving of my home, but the access to the Earthforge will not?
I believe they go hand in hand. I was given a vision by another keeper of us sailing to war with myself and Flint at the helm of a ship, surrounded by soldiers wearing armor of yellow and black. But it was years in the future. Those children you see there, I point, they were teenagers in this vision. Obviously, I can't take it to be 100% true, but when I was told to go get these other wolves, one of them, I got there too late, and she was corrupted. I
And
have no idea what the time frame is, so I need to get them as soon as possible.
And did she die?
I had to sacrifice one of my wolves, and they can be reborn, but it takes time, and they become weaker from it.
She
I
kind of looks at the
summoned
ground.
Everest.
You're gonna summon Everest right there?
Yeah. Like,
Okay.
I'm going to very quickly, because I assume that is blocking this entire thing, but not from
It's
here.
blocking this. There's a gap here and there's a gap here. So if somebody is looking from this angle, while they will be very far away, they'll probably see a weird shape, and they might. It's hard to say whether they would approach or not.
Yeah, I'm going to go here, and because I am small, I'm going to do a minor illusion above me that is just what would be seen if Everest would not be there. Just like a screen.
just empty space.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to also look at Damien and just make a motion for him to come and block, essentially, vision from here.
Yep. I'll block wherever seems fit.
So you summon the wolf, and then you do a minor illusion to make it look like the wolf's not there. Rasana looks very confused as Damien approaches.
Because, like, we are making a wall so that people will not be seen. My minor illusion has to be 5 feet. So, because I am small, and because the wolf towers above me, I'm making a minor illusion above me so that I can block more space. Does that make sense?
I mean, I guess. I guess I'm just trying to... Right, so everywhere there's a gap here is an archway where people will be able to see in. So it's very unclear to me what you guys are really trying to do here. Because, right, like, just look at this right here. From here to here, you can see this wolf.
We're just limiting the angles.
Okay.
I'm just summoning her for like a second, and then she's gonna go away.
So you summon the wolf, you set up an illusion. Mersana kind of looks at the wolf, looks at you, and then starts to look around.
I have her disappear.
And she kind of just looks at you and nods, slowly, cautiously. I appreciate your desire to prove yourself to me, but it isn't necessary. Again, I believe everything you've said to me. Up until weeks ago, I didn't believe that magical powers such as the ones I possess now were even real, so I'm taking everything in stride. But I appreciate your efforts. I just, again, if you will not come with me to find this key, will you at least tell me where you think it is, so that I can take members of the Molten Ore and get it myself?
How do you plan to even get to the Earthforge?
Also, most of the Molten Forge are just kind of normal people. I don't know exactly how useful they'll be.
Do I need anything more than normal people?
The Earthforge at the moment is completely surrounded by Silentian troops.
Also, some weird bug thingies that are really scary.
Monsters.
Yeah.
They beat the fuck out of me.
Ripped my lung.
Oh
And-
yeah, I forgot
Here,
about
I'll show you my map. I'm gonna show her this one.
Okay. So she's looking at it. And you can see she's trying to decipher it.
The only way that we know of in and out of Treston is the port of Shalinsta.
She
These
immediately
lines-
just looks up at you like, what the fuck? And she looks down at the map and she says, this mark here is for the Ouroboros.
Yes.
So, Rue smuggles directly with the capital of Shalinsta?
And all of the Shalinstians know about it.
Well, there's like a little port, but it goes through military like area.
The military directly, at least of what we've seen, also is aiding with the smuggling of these crystals. So Shalinsta fully knows them. I'm afraid that the Ouroboros most likely is not smuggling anything. They're lying to you.
She brings her face to her like cheek, kind of holding her chin and like the half of her cheek, and she says, if Cyril expects me to be successful, then he must have faith in Rue's ability to get me to Treston.
Yes, but Cyril has never seen his map.
And if you look over here, I point to the Black Metal Caverns. The Earth Forge is in this desert. So not only will you have to carry
How many
all
days
of the
travel
goods-
is it from Shalinsta to those caverns?
I think it's like 4 or 5, right, Frank?
Yeah.
4 or 5 days. But carrying all of the golems, I'm sure it would take longer. And not only would you have to carry them there, you'd have to force them into the weapons and then carry them back.
And you would have to somehow deal with the fact that all of the mines are surrounded by Shalinstian food.
With encampments of at least 50 soldiers each.
Did Yunta not tell you this? He was there and saw it as well.
I have not communicated with Yunta or Bombera directly. I know that they are Cyril's lieutenants, but all of my dealings have been directly with Cyril himself.
Okay, sounds like we all need to have a nice little sit down and see what the fuck we're gonna do, because everybody's going on like half information and it's gonna get people killed. This is just stupid.
Do you think having a sit down with Cyril is a good idea?
I mean, we need to at least sit down with Bonbera and Yuta, especially Bonbera, because I don't know why he's been avoiding us.
I think for that reason, Yunta. He seems more reasonable.
Additionally, Yunta is capable. Bombera has not shown that same.
Listen, you guys are overly hard on Bombera.
He, with all due respect to Bombera, he did nothing.
He might have killed like one guy.
He was trying.
Regardless, I do not know how wise it is to not bring Cyril to the table.
I think
So, where is the key to the Earth Forge?
The key to the Earth Forge there's 2 possibilities where it is. We have our most possible theory due to having seen it is that it is with the last remaining of the Jinti. I have spoken to them, I know where they are located, and I have told them that if possible I would bring them weapons. Which is very fortuitous that we're making this alliance with you. Because you could, well, give some to them. You gain immediately some trust.
How many of them
However-
are there?
Total? I saw about 20. There are not many left. They are struggling to even maintain any kind of moral integrity. But they also know that their place is at least slightly hidden. If you show up out of nowhere without me, well, we can try to warn them, but it's going to be a dicey thing. It's much better if we go with you and explain to them everything that's been happening.
I'd like to just add, we've dealt with secrecy so fucking long. I'd rather just get all of our chips on the table and see who's with us and who isn't. Can we all at least agree on that?
I mean, we know Cyril is in it for Cyril.
But where he stands on aiding us is what I mean.
I think he'll aid us if it
At what
leads
level
to
can we
his
trust
ends.
each other? That's what I would like to
Mersana kind of looks up when you say this and kind of looks at you, Carrick, and says, I agree with Carrick. From what I've dealt with Cyril, which is not much until the past few weeks when he learned of my powers, and my promotion within the Molten Ore, he seems to be very set on the survival of his market by any means necessary, even without a plan, as well as, and she kind of like looks over one shoulder and looks over another. Oops. And says, and in kind of hushed tones, and I heard of him talking about, and he announced it at the Dwarven Market, allying himself with other nations, and I fear for what that could mean for the market.
From our understanding, Cyril is injecting himself into this because he has to, because it's either this or death. He doesn't care for anyone's well-being other than his own. All he's looking for is power. I think that something we've discussed and we may have to revisit is, after we take care of the more pressing threat, what happens after that? If Cyril chooses to try and take advantage of the power vacuum and conquer.
Do you think you would be capable of leading an empire the size of Solinsta?
I think he would try.
Leading is a strong word, but something like that. I mean, he has sovereignty over the market.
Hardly. It's an anarchy
Mm,
with a group of enforcers. I don't.
right, that's why I said lead was a strong word, but look, I mean, you're from the market ostensibly, you know how it is here.
I'm well aware, yes.
You don't cross Cyril. Cyril's in
You
charge.
stay out of his way, you don't touch the children.
Right.
And if you see one of the shape changers, you keep your head down.
My point being that I don't think Cyril would lead, but do I think he could dominate reasonably enough with the proper amount of resources?
You could just see the fucking stress in this girl's face. She just seems fucking overwhelmed.
Can I how far away in terms of feet are we? Is this accurate? Like, she's
no.
the little black thing in the center?
Yeah, she's on that little black thing. You guys are kind of like all maybe like within 10 feet of her,
Okay.
and that's like a 1 foot step up.
Listen, it gets easier, okay? You've been thrust in like most of us, thrust in a situation you were not prepared for, and you were chosen to be involved in something much grander than you, but you take it one day at a time.
As you're kind of saying this, she kind of steps off the platform and she's walking over to this anvil that's maybe like 3 or 4 feet away from you, and there's just a hammer laying on it, and she kind of just grabs it and she like looks at it, and turns it one way and turns it the other as you're kind of saying this, and she kind of just looking at that mundane hammer, and she kind of turns back to you and smiles at you, and she just says, I appreciate you.
As I said before, I think we're all on the same side. Seek to protect those that we love and are trying to do the right thing. That's good enough for me.
Then we just have one decision to make. Will you set out for your wolves now? Or would you come with me to get this clasp?
If we go for the wolves, is there no way for it for us?
Well, hang on a second. Can we take a step back? You, at the very least, seem to have a favor with Cyril. What is this?
I would not say favor.
You've got his ear in a favor.
Only because I was promoted to head smith of the molten ore.
So, do you know what this instantaneous transportation that they have is?
I've only heard of it. I know that Cyril uses it liberally to get around the market. Looks at Aba. I've heard that it's someone within the temple that aids Cyril and gives him access.
I know who this is.
Do you think we could avail ourselves of their services, Master Abot?
I wish I could give you a yes or no answer, but I do not know.
I mean, can you try and talk to our contact and see if we can?
I can, and I will try.
You can just see Abot. He starts to back up 20 feet away, and then folds himself into himself and goes into gaze the 2 minds. So he's probably like right by the horses and the children.
Okay. Who are you gazing?
He's gazing Yeseth, and he's going to. Well, what is he doing? I don't want to cut him off mid-conversation.
So Yeseth, as you gaze in the 2 minds on Yeseth, he is. Hold on, let me check something real quick.
Good thing the anal plug's still in. Okay.
I think it's actually absolutely just ridiculous that not only do you have a story for us, but you also know what all these NPCs are doing at any given time. Can we just take a moment and realize that that's fucking bonkers?
There's a reason we all appreciate Frank so much.
So he is in a discussion. There is a small human boy at a table with there's a small human boy with a human man on one side and a human woman on the other side of the boy, and they're all at a small circular table. And Yesith is standing there, and there's a sheet of paper with a pen laying on it in front of the adult human male. And Yesith kind of leans forward and, if you sign this, your son will be inducted into the church, into the Temple of Savras. And he will live his days here. And he will learn to gather information, decipher information, and become and grow into a wise man. And he kind of looks at the boy, and you can feel the muscles in his face tense as he smiles, and he looks at the boy and he says, and you could be proud that your son will be more knowledgeable than any other in this market. And if you sign, your family will be taken care of financially, as are all new members of the Savrasian Temple. and the human male and the female kind of look at each other, like over the boy's head and then like down at the boy, and then they kind of smile at each other, like, and the mother kind of puts her hand on the boy's shoulder, and then the man speaks up and he says, "We just need a day or so to think things over one more, and then we will make our decision." And Yeseth responds almost immediately, "Yes, there's no rush. You came to us. This is a big decision for you to make, and I respect your care in taking it and making it. I have another meeting in a few moments, and so if you wouldn't mind." And he kind of gets up from the table and slowly pushes in the chair. And the family gets up. The woman shakes his hand. The man shakes his hand. And then Yeseth smiles at the boy, and the boy looks like not cautious, but like maybe doesn't fully understand what the fuck is happening. Looks to be maybe about 6 or 7. Looks jovial. The family leaves, and then he sits on a couch that's in this office. And he kind of sits there for a moment. His arms kind of rest on his thighs, and he's leaning forward, and his fingertips, it's like the palms of his hands are pressed together, and his fingertips are kind of together, and he's kind of just tapping his pointer fingers together as he kind of looks at his hands. Are you doing anything?
No, Avot's gonna be very patient and just wait until he is fully alone.
Right now, he's alone as the family walks out of the room. He's now, and the door shuts, and as they leave, the woman says, "Thanks again." What?
The kid isn't there anymore.
Yeah, both left. All the parents and the child left.
Avot, lets it sit for like 20 seconds, and then says, "Hello again, Yeseth. I need information. Why do you let Cyril use the teleportation? How does it work? Can we use it?" Question mark.
He responds, he's just talking out loud, very softly to himself. "I will work to see if you can use our means of transportation. Cyril uses them through force and financial means. The temple has needs. It is one sacrifice that we make in order to maintain what we have and expand further for Savras. I will find out if we can offer you that transportation, but I will need to know the reason that you need it."
Abot sends another sending. Again, how does it work? Can it go anywhere with anyone? We would use it for information gathering and moving ourselves to Treston.
It is a spell that lets you go somewhere that you have seen before. We only have one priest who can complete the spell successfully with any amount of certainty. If an individual has not seen the place that they are traveling to, but is in physical contact with someone who has, they can travel as well.
Doing some happy hops. I can't give him. I can't speak to him anymore. But if that's the end of his conversation,
That's all he
Ava,
says. And
very
as you continue to walk through his eye, right after that, after he finishes that, almost instantly after he finishes that, you hear a knock at that door, and you hear him. He says, as he finishes, like, talking, like mumbling to himself, and he stands up. You see him brush himself off, straighten his shirt out, roll his shoulders back, and he says, "Come in, come in." And as that happens, you see another family with a small human girl walk in.
Alright. Like a toaster oven, he exits, Gaze of the Two Minds, his head pops up and out. Although his head's not fully submerged while he's doing Gaze of the Two Minds.
Yeah.
What
What
was
have the rest of you been doing while? What conversation has been happening while Abot went off on his own? Carrick, the last person to interject
Yeah.
was you asked Abot. Abot went off to find out. What have you guys been doing? If no one has anything, Rasana would speak up.
Oh, if the answer is that we can use the system, I'm looking at her. In theory, that would save us both a lot of time. I think that it would be possible to achieve all of our goals faster than if we didn't have this system. Would you agree?
I agree.
That's all he has to say.
So
If we use it, are you willing to delay a little bit?
it depends on the amount of delay. Yes. I don't know how long we have. And so I'm trying my hardest to manage my heart and my mind.
This, how about we do some math? Kira, can I see the map? And
Which one?
The one that has the routes on it.
Hand
The
it.
big. I lay it on the stone thing that she's sitting next to, or standing on, or whatever. Say, and I point to where the Seraskian temple is. Right, that's where the teleportation takes place. Do we know that?
The only person that knows the answer to that question is Abot.
Fuck! Damn it! Okay, never mind. Everything I just said doesn't matter then. Just kidding. Haha.
Just wait for him to get out.
So
How-
you
Easy to assume. We'll be there.
How long would you be willing to wait for us?
in order to leave for Treston, it depends. If we have the ability to teleport and transport ourselves there without the use of a ship, it depends on how close we could get to where the clasp is. Because as I see it, the first step is to get the clasp. Then to signal through my new powers to the molten ore that we are going to move on the Earth Forge. Have the molten ore meet us at the Earth Forge. And if we have to wage a small war on whatever forces may be there, so be it, we will. We'll access the forge. And meanwhile, the other half of the molten ore, and whatever aid we can get from the dwarves, will begin to bring the golems from the temple to the forge. We'll then begin crafting. We'll have to set up a guard, obviously, because I do not know how long it will take to smith everything we need. I don't even know how much molten metal I will get from a golem. This is going to be trial and error.
Well, when we were there, we did see they already had begun stockpiling golems in the area right outside of the forge.
When you say that, she looks shocked, and like her eyes kind of go wide for a minute. How many golems?
We're about 20 in that
I think
area.
it was more. It took us a long time to search through them, remember?
Yeah.
Do you think 20, or do you think hundreds, or?
I think it was probably maybe 100 or less.
So if we were able to get access to that forge without any golems, and if those golems are still there, if we could make weapons out of those, then maybe we could clear a path for when more of the molten ore and the dwarves come.
That would make it easier, yes.
Though you don't know specifically how the situation is at the moment. That was a month ago.
Well, I think the only way that we could find out is by going there and seeing for ourselves.
Indeed. The clasp, I show her the map, and I say, we have been, we've been souther than Karok, right?
You have not.
No?
You have not been to Karok. You guys never went down that far. You haven't even been to Harlan. The most south you have been is here.
Oh, so that's where the
That's the middle of the
wolf-
swamp. That is where the Blink Panthers were.
No.
And
no,
where
what about
where did
the
the wolf? Then where did we get the wolf then?
the wolf
Oh,
that
no,
was
you're right.
wandering?
You're right. The wolf was down here.
Okay, so it was below the swamp.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it was just north of Karok.
Okay. I
Oh,
tell
I
her.
thought it was in the snow right now. Let's see.
I tell her. So we have been. I point on the map. The Jindeep ruins are a bit souther. I know the trick to getting to them, and I also know the person we would have to talk to. If it is not with them, it means that the class has been taken by the Shalinsians during the attacks on the Jindeep. If that is the case, we have a person infiltrated inside of Shalinsta, working with the higher government. And it could be possible for us to obtain it through that measure. But I have seen something with the dwarven leader of the Jindeep at the moment that I think is the clasp, but I can't be sure. But we have those two options, and we have a means to obtain it, or at least a means to start to obtain it. Either way,
So where would we start?
I would suggest the Jindeep. Make sure that we know that first.
The ruins?
Yeah.
As she looks at the map and points there.
Mm-hmm.
If I may, this is more of a personal thing. If we're going to the Jindeep ruins, I want to take a stop to my hometown on the way. It won't take any extra time. I point to Croak.
Shouldn't be too hard.
I want to see for myself what the Shalinsians have done to it.
Okay.
Very well. So when Abot comes out of his little trance, we'll see what he says.
About now he would be coming out.
Soup, you're muted.
Yep, I'm just trying to get the fucking voice back.
Hello. Well, I have wonderful news.
Abot just kind of unfolds himself and gets back onto his feet, walking back up to the rest of the group.
The teleportation circle can take people that have not been to the location. Kira, this can shave 4 to 5 weeks off of our travel. If they allow it, we can teleport the children directly to your village.
Oh, that would be helpful.
And on top of that, it is a long travel by boat to get to Preston.
Holy shit, my voice is fucking up. I'm just gonna speak like normal. breaking character a little bit, but I just got to.
No, I expect you to be dedicated to the cause, god damn it.
Damn, people's rough.
Regardless, it will take some time for the boats to get to Treston. We can teleport our forces upon returning to the market straight into Treston, bypassing the ship's time.
Do you know how many it can take at a time?
I do not, but this is information that we can find out together.
Okay. It feels like you're talking just
Out
like
of character, it's very confusing.
no, it just sounds like you're counting each word to do ascending.
Apologies. I can't
I
do
do
it right
not.
now.
It's fine. It's just funny.
Disappointed.
So, after hearing all this, Rasana would kind of nod at you all and say, "If you could shave 4 to 5 weeks of travel off of this, I will come with you to find your wolf. And then you will come with me to find this key and open the Earth Forge. Is that fair?"
That sounds wonderful.
I agree. Also, Ava, did you eat mint? Did you eat mints? Your voice sounds so much more clear for some reason.
Nah.
Not canon.
So, with that, let's take a 10-minute break.
Oh, good.
And then jump back into it.
Don't let this person turn on us. I like this person. It's the first fucking nice person we can meet.
I can't wait.
I am very, very good. I am very, very glad I was right with the stage persona kind of thing.
Well,
I also
you had-
called it
you
that
had
I would
three
hate her this
theories,
person.
Okay. You weren't right. You had 3 theories, all wildly contrasting each other, and one of the theories was correct.
Then I'm still right though.
I guess.
I agree. He's still right.
Repus wakes up in the morning. He's like, "Well, either my dick will be on my body for the rest of the day, or someone will chop it off. Either way, I'm right." I don't...
It's like.
You know, if you chuck enough darts at a board, eventually something will stick. It's fine. He's still right.
No, it's like I'm going to throw this dart at the board. I will hit it, or I will not hit it. You throw it, you miss.
No, but
I was
now
right.
honestly, I directly said that it could be her stage persona. She
Yeah.
could be entirely
Mhm.
different. So
I'm
I
on
was
your
still
side.
right. That is not a all-encompassing sentence. That is a very direct specific.
So,
La-di-da.
Oh, now you can do it.
I'm trying to bring it back.
I think that since we're going to be going to Treston, and we're going to be near Karok, you know what else that's by?
Harlan.
Harlan! I think you should message Smith and see what they're up to.
I don't have. I mean, I can message them, but I don't have Gaze the 2 Mind.
Yeah, I don't care about that. You can message
Also,
me.
you should get Gizo to mind for the Sana.
That's what I was gonna try to do. Basically, I was gonna ask a leading question and then sink my fangs in. I was gonna ask, "What are you willing to sacrifice to keep your family alive?" And if she says
nuts.
like,
That
your
sounds
life-
super fucking threatening.
I mean, we're going to war. Like, setting expectations might be kind of important for what are you willing to risk here. I don't know. Maybe it'll fuck up, but that's what I'm gonna do.
So while we wait for the intermission to end, do you want me to send you your pointer?
Yeah, I'll grab my Switch.
Alright, I'm gonna grab mine.
Okay.
I'll have to get up multiple times this next half because I let the dogs out, so I gotta check to see if they want to.
Oh, they're gonna be barking?
No, Sophie will just quietly scratch at the door, so I gotta go see.
Alright, I'm back.
30 minutes or so.
Oh my god, that's so good that the teleportation circle works like that.
Yeah, it's pretty convenient.
I almost wish Abot could just stay behind and learn how it works. Oh god, us being able to teleport
Could.
is so fucking good. Yeah, but we're probably gonna actually RP and like fight things on this travel, and I don't want to be cucked out of 3 sessions. Because that would be really bad.
No, I thought we were just teleporting the children. Like,
Well,
No, we still need to go look for the wolf.
oh, that's true.
We still need the wolf. Boy,
I was gonna
still
say
need
the
to go
first. I was gonna say that first teleport you could just observe.
Well, I need Kira to be in both teleports, right? Because none of us have been to this location before. I guess I could. Kira teleports there. I gaze at the 2 minds, look through Kira's eyes, and then we can teleport there as well. But there's no point, right?
Additionally, those kinds of things are kind of weird. I assume you'd have to be there at least once in your life.
Well, they didn't
Well-
say that. They just said seen.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
I think it
kinda
physically
there.
means you
It's
just
just
have to know what the fucking place looks like. Like,
Yes,
aside
you know
from
where
just-
you're arriving.
probably not a picture, right? But actually being able to see, because how it works is you can feel their senses. You can, so it's essentially you're there. It's just your
Yeah.
physical body is.
And I can feel their physical body as well. Like it's just.
You can feel the temperature. You can like that's.
By the way, Sarah,
Yes.
Balon Leo is the most beautiful city I've ever seen in Pokemon. It's incredible.
No spoilers.
Oh
I'm,
my
I'm not telling you what it is. I'm just saying you're gonna be amazed. It's
Okay, what's
incredible.
the number?
All right. 5638.
Okay.
This is give my number. Something.
And this
something,
is-
something.
This is lovely.
What?
I've just been mindlessly mining ore on Final Fantasy this whole time. But like it's super useful that I'm doing it.
Hmm.
But it takes 0 brain power, so this is like the perfect blend of something to do during D&D.
Captain and I's Legend of Explorer. Wait, League of What the fuck is the game called?
Renowned Explorer?
Renowned
Explorers.
Explorers campaign. It's almost over.
It's not a multiplayer game, but
Oh. Rest in peace.
Oh, you're giving me that one?
Yeah, I have 3 of them.
How do you have so many?
I catch them.
Where? They never appeared for me.
Oh.
I got it from the guy who gave
Secret.
it. There was a guy who gave it for free. to
Oh,
me.
yeah, I didn't even know about that guy. I just found one in the wild, and then Billy was like, oh, you know you could have gotten one for free from the daycare, right?
Oh, I see.
Did not know that.
Hey Sarah.
Hello.
Oh, sorry. This is a really good way to level up weaving if you're interested.
Oh,
And like your other stuff.
not right now.
No, I
Trying to do so
It-
many at the same time.
Is the one you sent the one that turns blue when it evolves?
I have no idea. Sorry.
Oh, good. Don't worry. If nothing else, I can evolve it and then breed it to give me a until I can make
Thanks for the pony.
it. Yeah, no worries. I got one of mine as well. I named her She-Ra, despite the fact because She-Ra has a unicorn. I was like,
Yeah.
do that. And I am so impressed with this game. I am very, very happy.
Okay, putting my switch back.
I'm also gonna take it off.
Okay, so how is this teleporting thing gonna work? Because, yes, it'll shave off time, but we still have to walk back.
So it's like I think when we were talking to Frank, he said it was about 4 weeks to get there, to the actual where all the children are, or where we need to drop off the children, and then it'll be 4 weeks to get back.
Why don't we
So-
just take the guy with us, and then he can teleport us back? Easy.
Well, I don't know if that's how it works. I think they need like a specific ritual site. or
I
else
mean,
why
if
would
it
they?
is a spell, and if it is the spell I'm thinking, then he can easily get us back.
Okay,
It
here's
depends. It
what I'm
depends on
thinking.
how it works. Because, like, we might have to change all of this once we learn exactly how it works, but
Because if he somehow has access to teleportation circle, then he also has access to word of recall. So he could
but
easily
he's
just
an
poof it.
NPC, so he doesn't follow player rules. So it might be completely different.
Okay, here's what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
Alright, so we just walk south until we find the wolf/wolves.
After
Okay.
teleporting there?
No, we walk back. Then we teleport to the village, drop off the kids, say bye, and then walk back.
The wolf is like here-ish. Like, look on the map. We know the wolf is here-ish, or
We don't know that.
here-ish. Well, we know it's southwest. It's not just
Southeast.
straight south. Or
Well, t-
east southeast, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
but there's
tell your
also-
wolves to bring out the GPS system.
Either way, we'll shave off way more time if we don't have to backtrack at all. So we should teleport and then move around.
Just tell your wolves to triangulate the smell.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so we teleport to the village and then just like walk across the continent,
Yeah.
like past the high cliffs, past the Iron Fist.
Or around.
Gotcha.
But either way, walking to the wolves and then walking back through will take way, way longer, right? Because we're essentially adding a whole nother voyage of time.
Yeah, I didn't think about walking from the village to the south. I thought that we would walk to the village and then walk back and then like teleport down here somewhere. Like,
And
oh,
we
we've been down
we
at the
also
bottom.
don't know how far southeast it is, right? Because these two
Yeah.
maps are very different. It might be all the way out here. It might be just here. Like, there's a lot of southeast space. So I
Also,
think it's
there are
best to
two?
where's the other one? Is where? we
Let
know?
me go in my notes. I know one.
Is it just? I thought it was a ballroom for some reason.
No. I thought that as well, but no. Now that we're here, she didn't say north. Okay, so we have Malahansa, who is southeast. She's with her, and Kalansi is east, before the salt, so before the ocean, and she's not alone. Wow, she's gonna be my fucking grandma in the village. Like, oh, hello, dear. I have this wolf for you. Thanks, Grandma.
Thanks, Grandma.
So, okay, teleporting to the village does help us because it's east. Maybe we can visit Calrus's sliver and see where Brock went camping. Experience totally changed his life, man.
We should just bring Brock with us.
It really
No,
like
no,
changes
no.
how a person views his life.
I mean, listen, we'll be super bored on our travel. This is gonna be like a week-long journey.
You
We
think
might
I'm
as
gonna
well
be
have-
bored? I'm gonna be hunting the shit out of this wildlife, my dude.
Yeah, but we can't hunt. We can have a fun little manservant that.
You guys can play I Spy with the kids.
Why don't we get to the crag and then send a sending to Brock and be like, hey Brock, we're where you told us. It's quite less than you've told us. You're a little not easy.
Sounds like an ingenious plan, Ray Pass. I don't know why he considered it earlier.
I'm glad.
Regardless, we're probably. I mean, we'll teleport to the village with the children, right? And then we'll talk to the kids, and then tell them, and they might stay with us, they might not. But this is where we tell the kids, so we need to prepare
Yeah.
ourselves for that. And I'm pretty sure I'll be able to convince them to let us teleport to the village, but I don't think I'll be able to convince them to let us teleport to Treston. I don't know. It depends. We might have to force them to do that, if that's even a thing we can force them to do.
Well, they said that they've teleported to like a bunch of different countries.
Yeah, but they're super neutral about the war effort. They don't want to fuck with it, I don't think. And they'll only like do that like the way Yes just described it was a sacrifice. But for the village, I think that's a research thing, right? That's like we're researching how the wolves work. We research how the orc village works, but
I mean,
I
they
don't-
want knowledge, right?
yeah, but they also want to stay the fuck out of the war.
I
Or-
will offer to teach them everything I know about the crystals in my hand and the demon for their aid when I get back.
Or we could go to Cyril and be like, yo, for the war, can you pay for us to
Yep.
be teleported to Treston? And
That's
he's like, okay,
one thing I was
and he pays
thinking.
for it, and we're there.
Yep, definitely an option.
I'll
But,
throw in the hand thing.
All right, is everybody here?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just ordering. Yeah. Oh.
Daddy!
All right. So, real quick, who can recap just in a clear, concise, succinct way what the plan is for you guys and Rasana? She just told you like her thoughts on that. She would aid you, and you would aid her. What's the plan?
Are we no longer just straight up talking with her, or
Uh,
one more RP thing I want to do to get the Gaze of Two Minds set up?
Yeah, I just want to. I think you guys just made a plan. I just want somebody to
Oh,
recap
okay.
it so everybody's on the same page of what the plan is.
Okay.
We're going to
Our
the
plan
Philistines,
is
right?
to move all of us to the Sabrassian temple,
That's the word.
convince them that we need to use the teleportation circle to research I'm going to put an emphasis on researching the orc village, their custom and culture, and very importantly, understand the nature of Freya's children, because there are two that are trapped on this continent that we need the teleportation circle in order to go and acquire. And then, if they agree and there's not too much effort to actually convince them, we teleport to the village, we tell the children, they either stay with us or they don't, then we move across the continent, quickly picking up as many wolves as possible before rushing back. And Rosanna said that if we can shave off the amount of time that we're saying we can shave off, then she'll come with us, and we will only start the war once we get back.
Okay. Everybody agree with that?
I believe so. Also, real quick, are we gonna bring up the whole melting and transporting the golems at that point when we get to the temple?
I mean, we can. I don't want to. Like, I think that's a problem for tomorrow, right? I think we need to, because we'll confront that problem and have that argument when we get back and we need to steal their golems. But until then, we don't need to grab the golems.
Okay.
Just making sure one of us didn't go, oops, I didn't know that we didn't want to say that.
Right.
Another thing before we go,
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna have to talk to the dwarven leaders, ask them for the pins,
For the what?
the keys.
Hmm. All right. So with that, we resume. Rosanna just got done telling you guys that she would aid you if you aid her. What's being said?
Rosanna, one more thing.
Hmm.
I need to understand your willingness going into this war. I'm sure, as all of us know, there are a great deal of sacrifices that go into this. What are you willing to risk, Rosanna?
She kind of looks at you and says, looks back at Carrick. I think you know that just from being willing to disobey Goivenu, I'm risking everything.
That is good to hear. Then we are all in agreement. Going on this warpath with the rest of my compatriots, they have all agreed to give me their eyes. I can see through theirs, and we can communicate across any distance. This keeps us alert and focused and connected. Rosanna, it would be invaluable to have your eyes in this collective as well.
She looks at you and says, I will need to spend some time getting to know you and developing respect and trust before I'm willing to let you, as you say, have my eyes. It's quite unclear what that means, but in time, maybe.
Well, that is good to hear that you are open to it, at least. We will now begin our trek to the Sabrassian Temple. Is that all understood by everyone?
I hate this Abot voice. I hate it. After a year of weekly hearing Abot voice in session, this is so fucking weird.
I can't. Well, I'll try for a little bit longer.
Are we gonna be passing the amphitheater?
We're gonna have to.
Okay, because we left our tents there, and I don't want to leave them there.
You would not be passing them to go to the Sabrassian Temple. Sabrassian Temple is south of where you are. The amphitheater is north of where you are.
Oh, I thought we went south a bunch for like hours to get to where we
3 hours. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. The temple
We're
is
gonna have to.
here. You guys are like here. The amphitheater's like here.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. And Cyriel's tent is down here.
Mm. Okay.
Well
Well-
then, I'm delighted. Let us move forward.
Um,
Okay.
are we all going to the Sparasian temple? Avot's already started like getting.
We need to pass to the amphitheater first. We need the dwarven keys. We're not going anywhere without them. And if the dwarven leaders leave, then we have to go separately to each of the dwarf homes, which will just take more time off our hands. Losing a couple hours now is better than losing a couple days later.
I agree.
I agree.
Then let us go there, Flint.
Ugh.
So you guys are making your way back up to the amphitheater.
Yes.
So Rosanna would go with you. Again, you make it back about 4 hours. So now it's about approaching dusk. Or no, because you guys were at the. Oh, it is nighttime. Party member +1. Make your way back up. Night falls down onto the market, and the partying is going on in the dwarvish encampment as you approach the amphitheater. After about 4 hours, you reach the 3 tents, the one of Holm, Aelg, and Mulric. Where are you guys going first?
So, do you guys want to take care of the tents while I go speak to the leaders? Or
Alright. I'm sure they don't want a bunch of children running around in their tent during an important meeting.
at this time, probably not a meeting anymore.
And maybe for the best for Razana and Carrick to go with you.
Sounds good. Alright. So Garrick, Asana, follow me, and I'll start heading towards the tents of the leader.
Okay, so which one do you go to first?
Iron Fist.
Okay. So you go to Mulric's tent. There's a dim glow coming from within the tent. Do you look in? Do you enter? What are you doing?
Yeah, I look in before entering.
As you look in, you see that he is sitting in a chair that was on that left side. It's almost like a sofa chair, reading some kind of book.
I look inside and I say, Mulrock, may I come in?
You see him look up, and you see that this is the only time you've ever seen this. He's got these very small reading glasses on, and they're kind of like hanging down his nose. And he looks up to you, his trimmed beard and short hair. He says, "Oi, Flint, come on in."
Alright, I come in and I motion Rasana and Carrick to enter.
As Rasana enters, oh, the one who knows how to rally a crowd, eh? You see, you've made a friend, Flint.
Yeah, we have decided completely to ally and to work together to make sure that everything goes alright. That's kind of why I'm here.
Open the forge.
Yeah.
And without you even asking, he already knows. And he lifts up his wrist and he squeezes 2 ends of it, and it unclamps, opens around, and then he holds it out, and it's this big bracelet. Then closes it shut in his hand, hands it to you. Hasn't gotten up from the chair.
I pick it up and I.
As you grab it from him, he grabs your wrist and he pulls you in. Oi, be careful with it, boy. If you lose it, I'll fucking kill ya. He kind of smirks. Me mother gave it to me.
I'll die before that happens.
And he laughs at you. I was just kidding. Your mother gave it to me.
Thank you, Moore.
Thank you,
for
Papa.
everything. He's not my father.
Oh shit.
That's
Thank you, Mulrook, for everything.
Seriously though, boy. Don't lose that if it falls into the wrong hands, and if anyone other than you gets their hands on them, all 4 of them, we're rightly fucked.
I am aware. And again, make sure that doesn't happen.
Add a custom item to your inventory, Clasp of the Iron Fist.
Plus
Okay,
5
I'm
to
opening the
AC.
Amiibo on that.
What?
What?
I didn't say anything.
Advantage on all checks? What? Frank, that's so generous.
Nope. Doesn't seem to have any magical properties.
+1?
What did you say,
Plus
Rubus?
0.5 round up.
God damn it. I'm just laughing at them. I'm adding the item on the MDB on that mobile.
Okay.
I say thank you, Mulrook. I pick up his hand and I commanded a small bow. I say, I'm going to leave now. Gonna get the other 2 and be off. We will keep in contact with you through ABOT.
He nods. And goes back to reading his book.
I leave.
Okay.
Alright, next up, Tattered Shore.
So the same thing pretty much occurs with both the Tattered Shore and the High Cliff. Holm gives you a little bit of attitude. On Tattered Shore, he already has it off of his beard, and it seems that he was just waiting for you to come get it. You go into each of the tents, and you take both of the clasps. Add the clasp of the High Cliff and the clasp of the Tattered Shore as custom items in your inventory.
After I start making motions to leave on the High Cliff tent, I stay back after Rasana and Kareth leaves, and I look to Holm and I say, if in the end of all of this we're both still alive, will you tell me of how you and my mother met?
I'll tell you right now, boy. We met at a party. He kind of just looks at you.
That's it? That's all it took?
That's all it took. Our eyes locked. And the rest you know.
Alright. Thank you for the faith.
Frank, I have a question.
Yep.
Do all of those pins look identical, or
They are all
slight-
identical. And they just have a different symbol of, and it's not a pin, it's like a very thick bracelet, that
Okay.
open, like if you were to take your hands and have the bottoms of your palms touch and then bring your fingertips together, that's how they open, like a clasp, and it's a very thick bracelet that has the insignia of each of the dwarven clans on it.
Okay. I would like to ask a mechanical question.
Yep.
So, looking at the whatchamajigger, the feature of Channel Divinity for Artisan's Blessing, or where the fuck is it? I know you can use Channel Divinity to make a direct copy of a key. Would this be considered like would you consider that to fall under that?
You could probably make a copy of one of these.
The ritual can create a duplicate of a non-magical item that contains metal, such as a key, if you possess the original during the ritual.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably make a copy of these, yep.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, all the custom items are added.
Okay. So you leave the tents. You meet back up with Abot, Kira, and Damien. They've packed up the tents, and the kids are with them. The horses are good to go. What are you guys doing?
Alright, so do you want to make the stretch and still today get to the temple?
Well, the temple's like 3 days away, right?
3 or 4, yep.
It will be multiple days, but we should begin travel now.
Alrighty.
Frank, at some point that it's convenient, I'd like to take Flint aside. Whenever that is, whenever it would be.
Yeah.
Non,
So you guys are about to have, it's about like the equivalent of like a 10 o'clock. You guys are going to start walking down in the direction of the temple. 1 or 2 o'clock will probably roll around, and that's when you'll have to either decide to continue and push on into exhaustion, or take a long rest. During that time, you and Flint kind of slow down behind everyone else as Abot leads the way to the temple. And you're able to have any conversation that you want outside of earshot of everyone else.
Brother Flint, something to consider that I think you should keep in mind. She could potentially make copies of those, and you wouldn't even know it.
Who?
Rosanna.
Shit. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. If I
Well,
see it, I deal with it. But thank you for the heads up.
I wonder if leaving them with Master Abot would be a better idea. I mean, as far as we can tell, it's pretty darn hard to get into his compartments without him volitionally opening them, or at the very least him knowing about it.
No. If these fall under other people's hands, it has to be through my failure. I'm sorry, but I'm not letting anyone else. At most, I'll be asking Rosanna to make specific containers for each of them. But that's it.
No, I mean, that's, I agree, it is your responsibility. It's a suggestion. But I would, ask you to keep that in mind, that you could make an exact duplicate and we would never know.
Would she have to have the item next to it?
She
Or
would.
is it?
Yes.
Okay, then don't worry about it.
Fair enough.
I'll take care of it. Thank you, Kirk.
I give a little nod.
By the way, even tonight, you're going to bed late. We're continuing our training.
Oh, are we? So this is a conversation. Are we gonna skip one night of sleep to get there faster, or are we just gonna sleep every night?
I say we could skip the first night and then sleep on the second. Get exhaustion, clear exhaustion.
I would much rather if we have teleportation, missing one night is not gonna matter.
Okay.
It's up to you, again.
I mean, it's Abot's for moving on ahead, but Abot also doesn't take exhaustion for not sleeping, so his voice.
Yep. If you guys push on ahead, you will all take 1 point of exhaustion, including the kids and including Rosanna.
I want to sleep.
Alrighty, then we'll sleep.
Okay. Any other conversations happening during those 3 hours of travel?
After Carrick talks about this, I do approach Rosanna.
Okay. So she's been walking and watching how all of you interact, looking at the kids. She will have had started a conversation with Kira, but before that, Flint, you approach her and pull her aside. What are you saying?
Miss Rosanna, if your powers are similar to Carrick's, can you also make stuff out of thin air? Or through no, not out of thin air, out of small amounts of components?
I've learned that I can take components and mold them into pretty much anything I can come up with, yes. But it's not a matter of taking small amounts of components. It takes what it would take to make it, just it's no longer a matter of construction.
Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood.
She smiles and kind of laughs, and she says, it almost takes the fun out of it.
I can understand. I was gonna ask you, if possible, if you could make containers specific to each of the classes so that I could keep them better. than just stuffing it in my barrel and hope they're okay. Because I'm not going to walk around with them on my body, obviously.
Where is the one that lets her build shit?
It's a channel divinity.
Hang on. Do you want me to copy and paste it in chat?
Yeah, what's it called? Artisan's
Chat.
Blessing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I found it. Suit of armor, ammunition, set of tools. Huh. Does this not require materials?
It requires an equivalent gold value.
So if you essentially have to give it metal equal to the cost
Got it.
of the thing, it can be done in coins too. Because
Okay. Got it. So she looks at you and she says, "Yes, I can do that if you provide the materials. It'll take me some time though."
understandable. I don't have the money right now, but I can ask someone for it.
Okay.
No, actually, we have a lot of metal. I'm carrying around a lot of metal. Never mind. I can give it to them tonight.
Yes, and then I'll make one of the boxes tonight, but I'll need to get some sleep, and I'll make the other two in the morning before we set out.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. That's all I wanted to talk about.
Okay. So after that, Rasana would approach you, Kira, and pull you off to the side. And, these children, are they yours?
They are my family, yes.
How do you find yourself faring as a mother?
Well, some days are better than others.
She nods at you.
I'm struggling a bit.
Yes. My son was quite difficult when he was that age. It,
Have any tips?
Be soft, be kind, and don't be afraid to put your foot down. If you don't mind me asking, you're quite young to have so many.
They're orphans.
Hmm.
We took
Of the market, yeah. Just kind of just stares at you as you go silent.
I'm not offering up any information. She
Just
can
kind of
just
just
be
stare at
staring.
you. And she kind of just looks at you for a minute and then catches on that you're not going to reply. And she says, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you." And kind of breaks eye contact.
I would just prefer not to talk about it. But there is something I did want to ask you.
Hmm.
When you met Goibinu, was Freya there?
On one occasion, there was another creature there, another being. It seemed to be it had the form, like the lower half of a body. The whole body was reptilian in nature. The arms of a man, but the body of a snake. And while the head was again scaled and discolored, it was almost humanesque. It didn't make itself known in Goibinu. Every time I broke eye contact with him and looked past, he became disgruntled and told me to focus on the task at hand and not on those who wait for his attention.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think that was Freya.
No. From what Carrick told me, she appears similar to the wolf that I showed you.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen such a creature.
Okay, I was just curious.
Do you have any idea what that other being might have been?
I have an idea.
Do you
Don't think that it was Kothar.
Kothar?
Kothar is the Dragonborn god of Great.
Dragonborn. So you know that there are not you've never seen a Dragonborn in the market.
Oh, they're kind of.
Wait, didn't he?
No.
No, we saw them on Dresden on the capital of
Oh,
Shalenstat. One of them
right.
sold me. That's it.
That's what I meant.
Well, from what she was describing, did it sound like a Dragonborn?
She said what she said. Reptilian in nature, scaled
Body
but
of a
humanoid.
snake?
Body of a snake. Arms
Did-
of a man, upper body of a
Did it
man,
have
head of a
legs?
man. Yeah, are you asking her or are you asking me?
Yes.
No, it didn't.
I'm asking
It was the body was like the torso of a man and up, but again discolored skin, almost scale-like, and it flowed down into again the body of a snake.
Oh. Okay. That it doesn't sound like a Dragonborn. A Dragonborn is human-esque and reptilian, as you said, but they have legs, like we do, but they have a tail.
Hmm.
I think it might be one of the other gods that Gloibenu has mentioned before, but we've never seen them. It might be Kensa, but I have no idea.
Okay. And she kind of looks up at you and says, "This is all very new to me. I apologize. It's very overwhelming."
No worries. We find out new things almost every day that are just shocking. You kind of get used to it.
And she kind of, as Carrick is walking ahead of you guys, and she looks at Carrick and she says, "And I can't help but feel some contempt coming from him."
I think, honestly, he's kind of just like that.
And she kind of looks at you and says, and that might be why he's ended up in this predicament then, no?
I don't disagree with you.
He seems like a good, passionate man, but
Oh, yes, he's very good, but he's not that great with diplomacy.
well, okay. And you see her eyes kind of linger on Carrick's back as he's walking ahead of her. And can you roll me an insight check?
Okay.
She's figuring out how to stab me, that bitch.
8.
8. You can't tell everything that she's feeling, but just the way she's looking at it almost looks like jealousy.
Okay. Stop! If you don't mind me asking, what are the extent of your powers?
I haven't uncovered all of them yet. I know that I can, as I told Flint, and she kind of turns her head and looks over at Flint, who's kind of walking beside one of the horses. I can basically meld metal into really whatever I want. There's a few powers, sending radiant energy from my hands and empowering weapons and armor. Speaking to Goibenu and speaking to those who aren't necessarily near me, sending different messages to them and receiving messages in return. I've found myself. It seems to be that um, in times of danger, it almost seems like the spirits of ancestors surrounding me and guarding me. I uncovered this just days ago when I was in the market and someone tried to steal, and all I could see was these three almost spirits, my mother and my father, before they passed, and an old friend appeared by my side and struck the man down as he ran. It was the strangest thing, and I found myself standing over him, what he stole back in my hands. Goibinu hasn't explained much of it to me. As you saw, I think I can create theatrics. um, I apologize that you had to see that side of me.
It's okay.
I
If you're willing, I think speaking to Carrick would definitely help you get a better grasp on these powers.
I intend to. I've been trying to tread lightly.
Yeah. I don't think that he hates you for these powers that have been put onto you. I think he's mostly just disgruntled with Goibinu. Try to see past the gruff exterior. He's really a good man.
I know he is. And I know that Goibinu wouldn't have given him the powers if he wasn't in the first place. I hope that he can learn to work with me and not against me.
I think he will.
She smiles at you, looks down at the ground again,
Smile back.
and then you see that as she lifts her head again, she's just looking at the back of Carrick's head, and Carrick's back as he continues to walk. You guys continue to walk on, and after those 3 hours pass, you can feel exhaustion starting to set in. Do you stop and take a long rest?
Abot runs to face the group.
Yeah.
I have a plan. You
While-
all to continue to head in a straight line to the temple. That is where I'm going. I will move 8 hours more in front of you. I need to be peering into people's minds during the day. It is useless to see into their minds while they are sleeping. We will meet up tomorrow.
And with that, Abot just sort of swivels his head and begins to walk forward.
Master Abot, what if you get attacked in the middle of the night?
I'm doubtful.
That's all he says. He doesn't,
Warlock gets agonizing blast, and he thinks he's the fucking shit.
Abot, send a message if anything goes value. Because
I will be there in
I
6
kicked
hours.
my mic cord. Abot just shrugs, and just continues to move forward.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing as Abot walks on?
I
Carrick
will
shaking
Carrick.
his head.
Carrick, what?
Carrick shakes his head.
Mm-hmm.
Shaking my head.
I get to Carrick and I say, so let's put up camp. Let's make sure that this is quick. Get what? I start picking up tents and standing off.
I help all the kids off the horses.
While we were walking, because we were walking for a while, I would have liked to have spoken with Damien about sort of how he learned to sort of summon his power from within himself.
Alright, so you guys can RP that.
Okay. That was a rewind.
Mm.
Fully. Master Damien.
Yeah.
Hello.
So fucking awkward.
Why are you always this weird? Say what you're going to say.
So, I'm getting quite tired with the gods, and maybe it's only because my real only interaction is with kind of a douche of a god. But regardless, I don't know if I'll be able to rely on Goibniu to get my powers back. So I was hoping that you could tell me a little bit about how you started achieving your power that you seem to just sort of will.
Well, I mean, for me, it was brought on by utter tragedy. And I made an oath to myself that I would do whatever it took to see that thing that harmed my family destroyed. That passion is what fuels my abilities. It comes from within myself. It's not
yeah.
given to me. And it grows as I achieve closer to this goal. At least that's what I think is happening.
I mean,
Why?
well, like I said, I don't know if I can rely on the gods to grant me power. I'm gonna try and reach out to Kothar and Freya later, but, I mean, this might be a weird question, but I think, there's a lot of people that try and, summon something if they're being mugged or attacked, and, nothing comes. What do you think the distinguishing factor is between you and most people?
For me, it was, well, I think it was absolute despair and still having the willingness to push on, to change that.
I hear what you're saying. I snap my fingers and try to cast light. Does anything happen?
Nope.
You're doing it wrong. I don't know how to do it, but you're doing it wrong.
Do you not snap your fingers?
Let me ask you this. And this should come to you instantly. Is there anything in your life that you want more than anything in the world? If you could change it, an experience in the past, an emotion you felt, anything at all, that is what you use to fuel the power I have.
Short answer, yes.
If
Okay.
you want, I've been thinking about this. You devote yourself to a god to become what you were, correct? You devote
No.
yourself to him, and he gives you the power.
I mean, I didn't devote myself to him. I kind of devoted myself to my work, and he granted me
But
power.
If
Well, I
you
mean,
decide to not follow, he says goodbye powers, correct?
sure.
Well, mine come from me and me alone, as I made an oath to myself, no one else, that I would do this thing. That oath is what you need to figure out.
Oh, okay. Might have to sleep on that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And in the future, if you think that it's as easy as snapping your fingers, you will never achieve that.
I mean, never mind. That was going to be out of character. That's fair. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hmm.
Need anything else, just let me know.
I give him a little nod and then I walk away.
Carrick, roll a perception check for me.
Okay. Is that cocked?
No.
Okay, so 15 plus 5, 20.
As you're kind of ending this conversation, you see that Rasana has been talking with Kira, and as you kind of break away from Damien and continue walking ahead of the rest, just behind Abot, you can't help but notice that she's just, every so often as she's with Kira, she's breaking eye contact and breaking away and disengaging, but keeps on looking at you.
Alright. Could I... So I guess... So, like, if you're at a bar, right, and there's a guy sizing you up because he's fucking pissed with you that he flirted with his girlfriend, he's gonna size you up one way. Whereas a girl...
Roll an insight check.
Thank you.
You just cut him off. Just fucking roll the insight.
Because you get what I was saying. No! I think I...
Thanks for there.
That's a 12 with modifiers.
You feel it's like a mix of almost curiosity and envy.
Okay.
Almost like she's just observing your mannerisms.
Okay. Thank you.
So you break away from Damien, and all of you continue to walk until you get to that point where you're setting up that camp, and Flint comes over to you and says, "We'll set up camp here." Are you guys all doing the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
After
Um,
getting the camp.
Well, Abot walked off. Remember?
Well, Abot would walk off when they set up camp.
Yeah.
'Cause they're walking in the same direction.
Yeah, I was fast forwarding back to that point. Yep.
What time is it while they're setting up camp?
2 o'clock in the morning, give or take.
Okay. Okay. And the plan still works.
Okay.
How, by the time we get our tent set up, how much time do we have, do you think, before, like, exhaustion would set
Not
in?
not much.
Not much, okay. Then never mind. I was gonna try practicing with my horse, but...
No, you guys have been up all day.
Carrick,
Go ahead.
Yes, Lady Kira.
I overheard a bit earlier about you wanting to speak with Kothar or Freya tonight.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to tell you that when Rasana was speaking with Goibanu, she saw another in the background that doesn't sound like any of the gods that we know. So I think it might have been Kensa, who you mentioned before.
Right.
She said that he was reptilian in nature. He had the arms of a man, but the body of a snake. He didn't have legs, the lower body of a snake, and his head was scaled, but human-esque, which doesn't sound dragonborn to me. So you might try speaking with them as well. I just thought I'd bring it up for you.
I will definitely keep it in my thoughts. Thank you.
I walk away. Go settle in my kids.
Okay. So you start settling in the kids. Damien and Flint, you're setting up your tents. Carrick, you are setting up yours. After Kira walks away, Rasana approaches you and you hear her voice from behind you. Carrick, do you have a moment?
Yeah. If you can help me set my tent up.
Yeah. I can do that. So she starts helping you, and there's like this awkward, like silence for a few, like maybe like a minute, as she starts helping you. And she says, "I hope you know I didn't ask for this. Well, I mean I did, but not in this way."
I laugh when she says, I mean, I did, but,
Not at your expense, I mean.
no. Firstly, we have, when I say we, I mean our party, we have no idea if a god can have more than one person they grant power to at a time. So it's entirely possible that he could choose to give us both power should he choose to do so, and he just doesn't want to. But secondly, I don't know if he told you this as well, but I didn't ask for the power initially. I thanked him for it. I later did ask him for it to continue in our mutual goal, but it's just reiterating what I said before. I appreciate your sentiment, and I don't mean that in a demeaning way.
She kind of like, as you guys are setting up this tent, she plants one of the like the rods in the ground to kind of support the tent, and she looks up at you. She's on one knee. She goes, I just, like I said, I know that Goibenu chose you for your prowess, and I'm not quite sure why he chose me, honestly. I know what I believe in, and I know I believe in him. And despite what you and your friends, and she kind of looks over at Kira, have told me, I intend to follow through on this, and I want you to know that I respect you for coming along and not just going home without the powers that you once had. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't have the capability that I was granted.
And that's what I hope you'll consider. We, you've said that there are people that you love and want to protect. And granted, the powers help, but as you can see, I'm still here. And
I know that. And that's what I admire.
with all due respect, I don't give a shit about your admiration. I care about your conviction.
You see her face kind of like kick back after when you say that.
We are all here. No, we were here initially because Cyril sent us on a mission. After that mission was over, we were free to do as we pleased, but we decided to stay and continue to fight because we had those we cared about and those that we loved that we wanted to protect. And some of us have paid the ultimate sacrifice to do so. And your powers will not keep you safe. You may still die. And I want you to think about what all of this means to you. And I don't mean this in a again, I don't mean this in a demeaning way, but
I think you do, Carrick.
no, I don't. I mean it in a way that you have gone through what we've gone through. You have a shiny new toy, and it's very fun, but you haven't seen what we've seen. You haven't been through what we've been through. Time and time again. Only to get back up and to continue to fight because you had to.
She looks down on the ground and kind of spins the she kind of like stabbed that rod into the ground to sturdy the tent, and she's kind of just been lingering there as she continued the conversation. And after you say that, she kind of just looks at the ground, breaks eye contact, and then finishes what she was doing, and then
Look,
continues.
I don't mean this. I'm saying this to you because I think you may be a valuable ally. And I also am saying this to you because you seem like a decent human being. Think about why you're doing what you're doing, who you're doing it for, and what you're willing to sacrifice to achieve your goals. We have all had to make that choice. We could all go home if we wanted to, but we're not. Each for our own reasons, but we're not. If Goibniu takes your powers away tomorrow, he did so with mine with no real ceremony. What are you going to do then? Are you going to turn around, go back home, or are you going to keep fighting?
Roll a perception check.
You roll so low you don't see the sucker going your fucking head.
It's really dark out. 12 plus 5 is a 17.
You see like her face, her demeanor change, and like in her face as she kind of moves to the next rod and kind of again firmly puts it in, and she stands up and walks back over to you and faces you, and she you could see she's fighting back, like tears.
I'd like to put my hand on her shoulder, and I say...
She's significantly taller than you.
I mean, well, that's why I said I'd like to.
Yeah.
Can I?
You could like put it on her hip or like her side or
Don't do that.
her elbow.
Yeah.
Put it in their hip and pull it in close.
Yeah, if
Like-
you put your hand on her waist, she might be mad at you for at least days.
Yeah, that's... Okay. Like the rest of us, you didn't know any better before, what, a week ago? Life was going on as you knew it. There wasn't any of this, calamity and gods fighting gods and corruption and all this other bullshit. But now you know. And so, when it comes down to it, are you going to stand your ground regardless of the circumstance, or are you not? And I'm not asking you for an answer, and I also don't necessarily... I think you should be comfortable with your answer. So regardless of what your answer is, you need to own up to it. It's sure as hell not easy for me to be here. I know full and well that I don't have any to heal myself. I don't have any ability to heal anyone else. I can't summon a magic hammer that hits people anymore. I'm very mortal. I'm very keenly mortal. It's frankly terrifying. I think my most valuable asset to the party right now is at the pin cushion, which really isn't that thrilling of an idea. Imagine your biggest value as a party member is that you can take a hit. You can take a couple of hits. One of these days it's going to be one hit too many. Hopefully all this shit will be behind us before that happens. But again, my point is, I'm telling this to you not because I think poorly of, but because I think you may actually be a good person and can help us, regardless of whether or not you have powers. But That's up to you to decide.
Just kind of lets that hang for a moment, and she says, I will be here to have your party have this power in order to fulfill what you set out to do. And
She like... Sorry, go ahead.
again, I don't yet know what I would do if Goibinu took this power from me. If I would go home or continue to fight. I don't know if I'm as strong as you, but I intend to stay around long enough to find out. And she takes, like, the hand of yours that's on her elbow, she reaches it forward and puts it on your shoulder and kind of hangs there for a moment and then walks past you. And starts setting up her own tent.
As she says that,
You cut out.
as she says that and does that before she leaves, I say, "Good on you."
No response. She just walks past you and goes to set up her tent.
Was she like fucking crying at the end there?
Definitely fighting back tears.
What the fuck is wrong with her?
You're so mean.
No,
she's literally she,
Or...
out of nowhere is like, you're chosen to do my job, and you're like, fuck you, fuck you.
I
Fuck,
said
this
I
fucking
was...
Your second
Whatever.
choice.
Bitch has the gall to be upset. Oh my god.
She's all fucking... Because she's like... I guess it's because I was like, I don't give a shit about your admiration. I was like, I want to know if you're... She should fuck her. She should get that as a blacksmith. It's all about the work, bitch. It's not
We're
about...
more about Captain every day.
So
No, this is carrot talking.
the funny part about this is it's like he's like, she should get that as a blacksmith, but because you're a blacksmith, you're not allowed to have fucking emotions.
Whatever.
It's worse
fuck
than
her.
in the military, yo.
Yeah. So you guys set up.
All work, no play.
You guys set up camp. You see a dull light illuminating from Rosanna's tent for about an hour, and then it goes out, and you guys all go to sleep. You all get a long rest. You wake up the next morning. Flint, as you come outside of your tent, there's a small box sitting there, a case for the Iron Fist clasp. As you kind of get up and look around, you see Rosanna standing there, sitting just outside her tent, sitting on her butt with her knees up, her arms kind of resting on her knees, her feet kind of pushed back, like basically so that her knees are pretty much bent at like a 90 or higher degree angle. She's kind of just sitting there. She's got like pebbles in her hand. She's kind of like throwing one forward, lights one up, throws it forward,
For fuck's sake.
throws it forward. Just kind of waiting for all you guys to wake up.
I wake up, I pick up the boxes, say, morning. Thank you, Rosanna. These look great.
Morning, Flint. What is that, Sue?
What the fuck?
What are you doing?
What happened?
It was super playing was the Zelda thing for when you obtain an item.
Oh, I get
You
it.
got a box.
I
Not
look
my
at her,
last jar.
I look at her and I say, so, did you sleep well?
Well enough.
That's good. I'm gonna be walking a lot. Flint has no fucking clue or anything that's happening.
Yeah.
No.
So the rest of you wake up, and everybody packs up their tents, and you continue on. Um, After about, does anybody do anything in that morning, or do you just continue?
I'm practicing with my horse.
Yeah, I'm putting the finishing touches on. I'm
On what?
communicating to the gods.
Can you say that again? You broke up a lot.
I have a message to send Freya. It's not quite ready, but it will be ready shortly.
Okay. So
I
you
was-
say that again.
I was gonna pick up the box. It's only one, right? Since she's
Just one
working
box.
with it. Yeah. I'll pick the Iron Fist clasp and put it inside. And close it and put it on the bottom of the barrel.
Okay. Damien, are you holding everybody up for, while you're training? It's like spending time training, or are you just doing that until everybody's up and then going?
Until everyone's ready. So
Okay.
if it's even only like 30 minutes, that's
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm basically working on. I have my whip in one hand, shield in the other, and I'm just practicing having the horse like take defensive movements. Does that make sense? Like sidestepping and things
Yep.
like that.
Yep.
While also like trying to like get my arms used to reaching out to like block locations on his body.
Okay.
How long are they asleep for, by the way?
Long rest. What's that? 8 hours.
Okay. So it would be 10 a.m. right now.
Mhm.
And Abot walked for 8 hours, stopped, then went in to gaze the two mines. So from 10 to, if it takes them 8 hours to get here as well, 10 to like 6 p.m., he'd just be gaze the two mines in people.
All right.
While
Who
they're
are
making
you?
their way
Who are
back.
you doing that to?
A number of people. First, William. I'm gonna try to expedite this process. Move as
Well,
quick as
so
possible.
depending on who you pick, I will tell you if we're just gonna do this in a one-on-one.
Okay. Okay. William. William's the most important person.
Okay.
'Cause I need his notes.
Okay. That will be a one-on-one.
Okay.
Who else?
Briefly, Bombera and Yunta, just to get a sense of their location.
Bonbera is where the fuck is he? Hold on.
You have to pull out your GPS. Like,
Yeah, seriously. Okay. Bonbera is sitting in a room. There are three individuals there. Their skin seems to be some kind of like dark, shadowy blackness with these bright yellow eyes. They look almost identical to how Bonbera looked when you saw him in his true form. And you hear Bonbera's voice. We'll go. We'll make our way in. We'll collect what they're there to collect, and we'll move on from there. Do you all understand? I don't want anyone hurt. Just get in, subdue who you have to, and get out. The three individuals nod. And then he gets up, and he walks to a bar, and walks behind the bar and pours himself a drink. The three individuals leave the bar.
if only I was there for 5 minutes earlier to hear what what they're doing. Okay. What about Yunta? I mean, these kind of guys are very secondary to William.
Yeah. You flip to Yunta. You see him at a table, a small table. Wait, what time is it? 10? Yeah. Okay.
It's 10 to 6. So it's sometime between that range.
Yeah, okay.
It's taking me 8 hours to get here.
Okay. So you flip to Yunta and you see that he is has that large mallet of his in a vise, and it looks like he is like sanding down parts of the wood, and taking like a piece of some kind of tool, wedging it between the shaft and that big like trunk, like wooden trunk that sits in the metal rod, and he dislodges the trunk from the metal, and then kind of shaves it down more, and then goes in and like is almost modifying parts of his weapon. Can't tell exactly what he's doing. You haven't seen somebody do this before, but he's definitely like dismantling it and seems to be putting it back together.
Is this for the rifle, or is this just a regular?
No, that's his big mallet that he was swinging around when you guys saw him, when you guys were entrusting with him.
Just for the, I'm curious. Is he carving something into it to theoretically place a crystal, or is it just so alien to me I don't know what he's doing?
It's so alien you don't know the intent behind what he's doing, but what he's actually doing is he takes like the mallet part off of the handle, and then he's adjusting parts of the handle, adjusting the bottom parts of the handle. He puts a new wrap on it, and then the mallet part is actually like a small tree trunk, and he's actually like sanding it, reshaping it.
Oh, okay. All right, and then I'll move on. Next, this is the other one that's super important. Yeseth. Is he awake at this point?
You go to Yeseth, and he's sitting in that same room that you've seen him in before, with a human woman, and she's sitting at one end of the table. He's sitting at the other. You've recognized her before. It seems to be his partner, and they're enjoying a cup of tea together, and they're having just small talk.
Oh, I'll check back. I'll do something else. I'll check back into him in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
So he's going to instead look at Shairik. Just, see what he's doing. Like, what's his location like?
When you go to Shairik, you see that he is looking down. He's in what seems to be in a square of some sort, and he's looking at a piece of paper, and it is a wanted poster, and it is the picture on the left, all the way on the left, picture of an individual you recognize. It is the man that was going by Oliver.
Oh no.
Directly next to that is a picture of an elvish man you don't recognize. Directly next to that is a picture of Flint.
What?
Directly next to that is a picture of Kira. Directly next to that is a picture of Carrick.
Nice.
Who is this person specifically?
Oh no, did they nab William? Okay.
Da-da-dun,
We've
da-
let
This is-
many people go that could easily describe
Yeah.
us and what we've been doing. I don't know why you guys
And
are
then
surprised
lastly-
about this.
But it's possible.
And then
Like,
lastly is a picture of a Severassian golem.
Is there
That could
any
be anyone.
And then there is a
Universal.
description underneath it. The description is in Elvish. It says, will commune like any other humanoid if confronted by this creature. No, it is extremely dangerous.
Does it have my number on it as well, or is it just like a golem?
It is just a picture of a golem.
Okay,
C3PO.
so they don't have my fucking identification, my
Are there-
ID.
Are
Okay.
there
Wait, who are you scrying on?
So this is Shairik. He lives somewhere. I put it on Legend Keeper. Give me one second. Shairik.
Are the posters just pictures of us, except for A-Bot, where it has
Correct.
a description, or does it say?
Correct. And but they're not exact. Like, they're not exact, but they're close enough that you're like, oh fuck, that's Flint.
Shairik is in Shalinsta. He's the Shalinstian one. Valar is Karok and Ramus is Melror. Oh wait, one of them's dead. I don't know, but Shairik is the important one. And he is in Shalinsta. This has to be the guy that we let go when we were attacking the people there. mean, almost 100%.
Fucking time.
Nice.
We
Um,
let that one guy go in the Dragonborn village because we just kind of forgot that we tied him up and then he ran off.
no,
No, that one wouldn't know anything about us as a part of the attack.
It's the guy at the most recent fight we had at that Jesus statue, with the
Oh,
we had to
yeah.
walk around and then we let him go, and then they got our description that way.
Should have killed him.
Um,
Should have let Gom go ham.
I mean, you know what? I agree. Whatever. But regardless, that's enough for me. I'm gonna look away from Shairik.
Okay.
Oh wait, no wait, I'm not gonna look away from Shairik. Actually, this is kind of important. I'm gonna send him one sending. Hello again, Shairik. I see Oliver has not succeeded. I need information to help you. We can become great allies. And that's it.
The response is Oliver has succeeded. This is progress.
Oh, looking through Gaze of the Two Minds, does he freak out at all? Is he...
You've communicated with him before.
Yes.
Actually, roll an insight check.
I mean, I remember the one conversation I had with him, but he was kind of like, what the fuck?
Yep.
Oh shit, wait, I'm DC'd from fucking Tabletop Sims, so let me just...
Yum.
20
Okay.
plus 5... 8! I rolled really well.
Nice.
All you got is his demeanor and the sense that you had when you're looking through him and you're feeling what he feels. Just the way he's holding himself, the way he's holding this piece of paper, the way he's communicating to you, the response. Something at his core has changed. He's acting entirely different.
I see. Okay, well I don't have too
It's
much
like this
time.
aura of confidence.
I'm going to switch off of Shairik and then go back to Yeseth. Has he finished his lovely dinner date with the missus?
Seems that he has not.
Abot sends another sending. Apologies to interrupt. I am moving towards the church. If we can use teleportation, we will learn many things. This is not war. Any update?
Malval will be within the tavern below the temple. He says he will help you.
Oh, okay. I don't want to burn any other sendings because I only got 12 of them. Or, I guess 16 is a big number, but regardless, it burned some of
You
those.
fuck.
That's the end of my conversation, and the rest will be William stuff because I want to leave myself a lot of wiggle room because there's a lot of important stuff I need to cover there. Okay, that's the end of that.
Okay. So you'll continue on. Pack up your tents and continue to move. You move for the next 2 days. Is anybody doing anything explicit during those 2 days of travel to the base of the Savrasian Temple?
Yep. I asked Kira
Yes.
to shoot me repeatedly while I'm casting Warding Wind.
Are you not going to just travel for... If you do not travel for 8 hours a day, you will not make it there in 3 days.
It's okay. I'll take a bit of exhaustion during one of the days if necessary.
Okay, so you're going to take 1 point of exhaustion.
Wait. We cannot travel for 8 hours a day, or
The full day. You have to travel for the full day.
so like 14, 15 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
Gotcha. Okay. I was confused.
That's the only way you're going to
I
get there in
interpret-
3
I
days.
interpret it the same way.
Yeah, no, I just misspoke.
I'll take the day before we rest.
So that is not just a you thing, right? You're asking Kira to shoot you, so Kira has to agree to
Yeah.
that as well.
Yeah.
So if he's gonna offer it, I would offer to just shoot arrows in her stead. I'm not proficient with it, but I can still do it to the extent that he needs. I just literally need to throw things into his warding wind, right? I mean, It's pretty basic. He just needs to proc the effect, I assume. But plus, I'm
just-
asking you.
So I'm just gonna be clear, right? This is you dipping into your sleep time. You will have a point of exhaustion. So you're
I'll do it on the before we still have to sleep, so that the next night of sleep cures my exhaustion.
okay.
Okay, I'll help you.
The only reason Super I said for Kira's still working on her sharpshooter herself, and this helps her.
Yeah. So
Oh,
the way I'm
that's
gonna
why you're
shoot,
doing
I'm going to shoot straight up like how I was doing before, so that the arc lands inside of the warding winds.
Okay.
Well, if everyone's doing a training montage, Damien will do the same thing with his horse.
So you're also gonna take a point of exhaustion.
Yeah. It'll be lit.
I want to do things that don't involve exhaustion.
You can watch the kids.
Yeah. So what do you want to? What do you? So are you doing anything?
So yeah, so that first morning, I want to go.
You cut out.
That first morning, I want to go over to Rosanna. Lady Rosanna, I apologize for making you upset. I mean no offense. I can be gruff and direct at times. For what it's worth, as I said, I think you are a valuable ally and a valuable member of this party. The words I said were only to help you, not to make you question your place.
Carrick, and she kind of, because she's sitting, when you approach her, in that morning. I think you pride yourself on being brutally honest, but I think you enjoy being brutal more than you enjoy being honest.
I love this person.
And she gets up, and she walks past you. Do you do anything?
Kirk is gonna hold his tongue.
She continues to walk. Packs up her things, waits for everybody else, and you guys start your trek.
I have another thing I'd like to do.
Okay.
So whenever is convenient, RP-wise, sooner rather than later. However, I have written up a a proposition for the gods.
Okay. So what'll happen is everybody begins to walk. She walks off from you, and everybody packs up, and you begin your trek, and you kind of fall back, kind of gathering your thoughts, reeling from what Rosanna just said to you, and oh man.
I'm Team Carrick, by the way.
Carrick thinks she's
I'm
wrong.
Team Rosanna in
Not
this.
interested in arguing.
Soup, you asked what my favorite NPC in Frank's campaign is.
It's gotta be Rosanna.
She's my favorite.
Fuck her.
No, she's my favorite NPC, like, right now.
Listen, I hated her. A couple of hours ago, I would have burned her at the stake. Right now, she's pretty cool.
So, so you guys start walking. Carrick, you kind of fall back. Rosanna is just engaged in conversation with Kira or Flynn or Damien, and you kind of fall back. And Carrick, what are you doing?
I close my eyes. I sit down.
Well, you'd be walking, but you know you don't need to
Okay.
necessarily sit for this.
That's true. I close. I still.
You could be on a horse.
Yeah, I could be on a horse.
I just tell him make sure he doesn't fall off while he's doing this.
No, you're sitting on a horse with one of the kids. The kid is steering the horse as they have been, with Kiro kind of holding the reins, and you're kind of just sitting up there with him, with Niga hanging out.
So, I close my eyes and I reach out, figuratively, and I say, I have a proposition for you, Master Kothar. We seem to be on the same side when it comes to this upcoming war. Calamities, however you phrase it. You may know me as the former channeler of Goibniu's powers. He has since taken them away from me. I remain committed to this mission. So therefore, my proposal is that you allow me to channel some of your powers to continue the fight with greater vigor. To continue the fight for life and goodness. I can't promise that we'll succeed or that we'll survive, but we will fight until there is nothing left within us to fight. I will continue to do this with or without your help, but our chances are greater if we work together. I await your response.
So you sit there for a while, kind of just waiting. You know that when successfully having a response from Guebnu, it happened pretty quick. With this, some time passes. First it was a minute and two, and you kind of just sit there being patient. As you find yourself becoming impatient, a voice enters your mind. The fire of your heart is strong. Kothar can hear your voice. You've been abandoned. You need guidance. Kothar can be your guide. Kothar can help you. And in return, Kothar only asks that you rise and burn bright. Spread Kothar's word. Show the world what Kothar has done for you. That kind of reverberates and echoes for some time. As it subsides and you kind of sit there with your eyes still closed, do you do anything?
Carrick sits there.
For how long?
10 to 15 seconds after Kothar sent the message.
After that 10th second, you start to have this vision. You fall into this trance-like state, and you're looking down, almost behind yourself. It's you, but the demeanor is off. It seems like twisted, and all the peripherals of your vision as you're looking at yourself are almost blurred. You're holding a warhammer of some sort in two hands. This aura around the head of the hammer, and it's just dripping blood. Be my avatar of war. And it fades to darkness.
And my back, like, when you say fades to darkness, my back in my own body?
It's just this dark nothingness. And then another scene starts to awaken, and again, it's you, but it's not. And you're standing there, no longer with that hammer. Two hands, your hands kind of in front of you, both coated in blood. And again, that aura around your hands instead this time, and you're kind of looking at yourself. Be my avatar of life. and then again, it fades to this nothingness. Another scene appears. You're standing there, again, the same body positioning, your hands are no longer coated in blood. The background all blurred and distorted. Your peripheral vision distorted as you look at yourself. Sparks of electric energy shooting off of your fingertips and your palms. Be my tempest. And it fades again. It comes back. It's now you sitting there in a chair. A man at your feet and his head down. He seems to be in chains. Be my avatar of order. It fades to darkness again. And he looks at you. And you just see this reptilian face surrounded by darkness. Staring at you mere inches from your face. Surrounded by darkness. Achieve greatness. Choose your path to it.
Sorry, choose your path to what?
To it.
He's
Oh.
letting you choose between those 5.
So he said life. So he said life or order.
Tempest.
Tempest.
And war.
So life, war, order, tempest.
Wasn't there 5? Or am I stupid?
I thought there was just the 4.
Those are the only ones he told you.
So you said the one in life, my hands were like blood, right?
Yeah, all of them. You were like standing how you don't normally stand. It was like this distorted, twisted version of you. The one with the hammer, it was coated in blood. The one with that he said life, your hands were there was blood on your hands. The Tempest one was again you were distorted and there was like almost like electrical energy coming off your hands. And then the
Right.
last one was a man in chains at your feet, like groveling. It was all very dark. And
Become Thor. Become Thor.
yeah,
Am I back, or is he
you're
still standing down?
there's no this reptilian face fades. You can feel like you never felt like you weren't in your own body. It felt like you were almost like watching a movie with your eyes closed.
Carrick just kind of wants the ghost go
Like all in all, it was a very uncomfortable.
Right. Oh boy.
And the first thing he said to
actually,
you,
wait.
the first thing he said to you again was, "The fire of your heart is strong. Kothar can hear your voice."
All right. So I'm trying to. Eric is uncomfortable, but I think Carrick would be uncomfortable but a little more composed. So. Master Kothar,
Are your eyes still
Great.
closed?
yes,
Okay.
I greatly appreciate you responding.
Are you saying this out loud or in your head?
No, in my head.
Okay.
Because presumably no one else could hear or see his
No.
response to me, correct? Okay, yeah. I greatly appreciate your response and your offer. In the future, I may have to reach out to you again, but in the visions you showed me, I did not look like myself. And I'm an ass, but I'm a stubborn ass, and I do
Cut out.
Oh, I said I'm an ass, but I'm a stubborn ass, and I said I'm an ass, and things my way. And,
And on what?
Carrick's figuring out what he wants to say.
Okay.
I need to know if we come to some sort of accord that there will be no impression or force on the use of your power given to me. I would like to be trusted with the power and to use it as I see fit, as per your trust and with your guidance. But those images that you showed me, they were not me. And if you expect me to become something that I'm not, I cannot accept that. I'm a blacksmith who has been thrust into extraordinary circumstance, and I'm reaching out where I can. But you said the fire in my heart is bright, and I believe it's bright because of my actions and because of my will. And I will not compromise my values or my will for anyone. I'd rather die first. What the fuck? I'd rather die first. And I leave it at that.
Do you keep your eyes closed?
Yes.
For how long?
A solid minute.
After
Basically,
about,
yeah.
after about 30 seconds. Kothar hears you. Power comes at a price. Greatness comes at a price. The man you are today is not the man you are tomorrow. Think on your decision, but know that no power is free. And the voice fades.
I open my eyes.
And you see the world around you, and the child that's sitting in front of you on the horse, you feel in this moment that your body is incredibly tense, and she's just got her small orcish hand kind of on your knee. She seems very concerned about you. There's beads of sweat dripping from your forehead, and your hands are clammy. Your back is soaked in your shirt. You kind of look around, and the darkness of how tight you were clenching your eyes, it's almost like this is your first time in the sun for a little bit. It's about midday at this point. You see the others walking and talking nonchalantly. They don't even know what just happened. The only person that seems to know that you just experienced something is Niga.
Can I? Do I know how to say thank you in Orcish at this point?
Yeah.
All right. I give her hand a shake.
You
I
like
put my
shake
other-
her hand.
Well, yeah. I put my hand on her shoulder. Oh, his. Wait, what?
Yeah, no, that's my bad. I misspoke.
Okay,
I keep
put
getting all
my
these
hand-
fucking kids confused.
I put my hand on his shoulder, and I shake his hand, and I say thank you, Orcish, and I give him a smile. I point to myself, and I point to myself, and then I give him a thumbs up. So like I'm okay. That's what I'm trying to convey.
Okay.
Excuse me.
You also broke him.
I want to hop off the horse and go over to Flint.
Okay. So you kind of slow the horse down and get off it, and Kira, you feel that the weight shifts as Carrick jumps off the horse. You kind of turn around and you see him hop off, and roll me a perception check, please, Kira. Phew.
Nat 20 plus 5.
As you kind of look back and you see Carrick hopping off the horse, you see that Niga's face, he just looks very concerned. As Carrick kind of hops off of the horse, doesn't acknowledge you, and goes over to Flint. But you're focused on Niga, and just looks very concerned and distraught, and kind of looking at Carrick and then looking at you.
What's wrong?
He kind of looks at you and just says, "Carrick have bad dreams."
Oh. Okay, well, you did good. I pat him on the thigh.
Then he does exactly what Carrick just did, and he points at himself and then gives a thumbs up.
I do it too.
Pokes himself in the chest and then gives you a thumbs up. Carrick, you make your way over to Flint. You guys are all continue to still walk.
How close is Rosanna to myself?
She's
5
on the
feet
other
down.
side. She's on the other side of Kira, so she's probably like 10 feet away.
All right, I try and talk fairly quietly, so I can't hear.
Roll a stealth check, please.
Ooh, is it at disadvantage since I'm in armor?
No.
Okay. 9. 9 plus 0.
Okay. Doesn't seem like she can hear you, unless she can read lips.
Observant feet. Easy.
Ooh. Ah, fuck.
Is there something wrong, Kara?
Hang on one second, because I feel like. So here's the thing. You telling.
You cut out
I
again.
wanna- You telling me that makes me want to say it in Dwarvish, but I feel like that's that. So I'm trying to think if it's reasonable that Carrick would think of that. Fuck it, I don't give a shit. It's in common. I just had a conversation with Kotha.
Did you?
He
How do you keep doing that?
he offered to give me power, but he showed me visions of myself, and they were twisted and dark. I was covered in blood, or being asked to spare someone's life. We need to find a god of like light and happiness.
Listen, Kara,
This is fucking
is-
dark.
it is. The only thing I have to say to you is that you have the backbone to stand up to a god. You've done it before. and the most it could do is take it away again.
No, look, I'm willing to look past his slithering talk, but he said all power comes at a price. I told him that I'd be willing to. Well, I didn't say that, but what I said was I'd be open to it should he promise that I would stay the same. And he told me that the man I am today, the man I may be tomorrow, and that all power comes with a price.
Well, that sounds very, very ominous.
Yeah, I feel like you don't really want to. Like, imagine if I tried to sell you a sword, and I said it's free, but it comes with a price, and then I gave you some sort of weird look. You probably wouldn't buy that sword off me.
I mean, it's a free sword. But I digress. This is a choice you have to make. You have to look to see if it's worth it to make a deal with something that doesn't sound how that honest.
Well,
But if you want my opinion, the best kind of power comes with the strenuous amounts of work.
yeah,
It does.
looking at our party, it doesn't seem like we have a great track record on deals made with otherworldly beings. I mean, I guess you could say it's okay, except, Abot uses his power, but it infected you and is slowly killing you, and Master Damien, could erupt into a nightmarish school in the right conditions and kill us all. Lady Kira seems like she's doing okay with the wolf, though.
What's her name hearing all this?
No.
And we're speaking supposedly low.
There's
Listen,
no stage whispers, though.
all of us are walking willingly into something that is very likely to kill us. You are at the moment, you are not defenseless, but you are not in the best position.
No.
If you don't wanna take this, don't worry. We'll keep on working to maintain you as safe as possible until you do come back with a full strength.
Yeah,
You have my full support in whatever you decide. Okay.
Thank you. I don't mean to be an ass, but I know I'm sort of an ass.
You're stubborn and prideful to a fault, but that's kind of it. You mean everything you say.
Thank you, I think. If Goibniu wishes to reach out to me again, or if we find some other god that doesn't show me visions of myself covered in blood, I might consider it, but for now, I'm not gonna sacrifice myself to become something else.
Right. Right now we are traveling, but at a fastened pace. But I can come back with training as soon as we still have like that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm gonna talk to Master Damien also. Think about he told me that his power comes from what he cares about most, and sort of focusing on something. I mean, no, you are very skilled and well trained. If I want to be realistically helpful to the party, I don't know that I have time to go. But perhaps I could summon the will to simply get the power from within myself. I'll try it anyway.
Again, anything that you need, you just gotta say.
Appreciate it. Thank
Give
you,
him a
brother.
pat on the back.
I head back to the horse, and I would assume that Niga has like seen people helping other people up onto the horse.
Mm-hmm.
So I put my hand out for him to like help me pull.
He grabs you, and he doesn't pull very hard. He's a 5-year-old,
no.
but he pulls as best he can, and you kind
I'm trying to
of...
make him feel good.
Yeah. No, he does, and he does feel good, and you kind of get on the horse, and then he kind of double taps your knee.
I double tap his forehead.
His forehead?
Yeah.
So you kind of like bump him in the forehead?
Tap! I don't fucking knock him with my warhammer.
Thank you, Nia. Dush.
Like, okay.
Just like a playful tap, like, you know, he tapped me in the knee, I tap him in the head. Not like flick him, just like tap tap.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Have you ever interacted? Have you ever interacted with a child?
I don't know if
Not that
You ever
much.
tapped a kid on the forehead?
or if Carrick's the most awkward.
He tapped me on the knee. I don't know.
He
Listen.
tapped you on the knee like "Welcome back to the horse," and you bop him on the forehead.
I didn't bop him.
Even
I
if
just-
it's a light tap, that's
Just
annoying
ruffle
as
his
fuck.
hair. Just put
Alright,
your hand
fine.
on top of his head and ruffle his hair.
Fine.
Eric has never interacted with a child before.
Not much, no. Really.
He's just gonna punch some kid in the forehead. I was being
I'm
endearing.
not punching him! One finger! Alright.
Poking him in the forehead.
Carrick starts sitting down to fucking figure out what his oath is going to be.
You giving up on Kothar?
Yeah! Kothar
Talk
seems
to
like he's
Freya.
fucking crazy. No, Carrick's done with this shit.
Freya.
The last two gods,
I
fucking
think Carrick
Goivnius
would make
been
a great paladin, honestly.
Goivnius-
Carrick paladin makes no sense.
Goivniu's been an asshole, and Kothar seems actually crazy. So, no.
Like, I love it. I love it.
Talk to Freya.
No,
I'm
Frank's
just-
the dumb bitch.
I'm just
How
saying.
dare you?
I'm just saying. Freya might be a good option.
She would probably let you be like a light domain or some shit.
Or Tempest.
He just wants to be Forge.
Absolutely nature domain. Like,
He just wants to be a Forge cleric, and he wants to do his fucking thing. Just leave him the fuck alone.
Carrick just wants to go home.
Be in nature
Carrots.
domain.
Carrick's being a fucking. Carrick's gonna.
I like Carrick as a paladin. Paladin Carrick is it makes the most
Alright.
sense in my head.
We just got a little bit more of this session, guys. Let's refocus.
Alright.
Yeah.
So by this point, you guys have traveled through the day. You're setting up camp again to go into the third day. You guys, are you taking your point of exhaustion now, and you're going to train tonight, or are you going to train tomorrow night?
Train tonight so that tomorrow night we can rest.
Okay.
And take away that point of exhaustion.
So you spend your time, Kira stepping out of range, firing her arrow into the whirling winds. As Damien, you practice on your horse, different defensive maneuvers. You guys each do that for about 2 hours of training until you reach a point of exhaustion, and you then set up camp for the night.
During the camp for the night, Abot quickly, because this is kind of important, he sends a sending to Yeseth sometime during the day. He just says, are there any AIRT units currently operational within the temple?
The response would be him saying, yes, within the temple. You do not need to enter the temple to get to the tavern below it.
Wonderful.
You know that he's referencing the place that you saw Cyril go to, and you watched Cyril go all the way there, so you do know how to get there.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. That's all I wanted.
Real- Also, while training, I'd use third level to give me and Kira for an hour advantage on Dex, just to see if that helps
Okay.
us with our training.
So you do train. You do feel like you're a little bit, like your mind-body connection's a little bit better. Um, but after that, that point of that exhaustion sets in, and you're going to take a long rest. When you awaken, you will still have that point of exhaustion. It will be removed on the next long rest.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Carrick, after you set up your tent, um, Rasana approaches you again after pretty much ignoring you the whole day since your interaction this morning. Carrick, do you have a moment?
I do.
I think we need to have a chat. Walk with me.
After you.
So we can just kind of like walk around. You can see that she's just kind of walking between some of the tents, not the tents, the stands that are being set, that have been packed up by the children earlier in the night.
I want to pay very close attention.
You cut out.
Oh, I want to pay very close attention to her.
You cut out.
What the fuck? I want to pay very close attention to her hands.
Okay. Heard that one.
At all times.
Yep.
Just in case she starts casting it.
Okay.
That's it.
She's not casting anything.
No, I mean during our conversation.
Oh,
I want to
okay.
make
So she begins to walk and she says, I feel like you have strong contempt for me.
I really don't. I've told you this several times.
You haven't. I don't understand why you're so angry and hostile.
I'm not really either of those things. I'm trying to be helpful. It's brash, but that's kind of my style. I have no contempt for you. I meant what I said, and I told you what I said because I think you may be valuable. If I didn't feel that way, I'd not waste any energy on you.
I've thought a lot about what you said yesterday. And I think I know what matters to me. And she kind of stops. It's this place, Carrick. I grew up here. I've lived here my whole life. I don't know anything else. And I never really thought myself big enough to do anything to defend or fight for or protect this place. I didn't even think there was anything to protect it from. And now that I know all of this, and now that I watch you, I know that if these powers were taken from me, I would still stand and fight for this place, for this home. Because without it, I have nothing. And I see that now.
I'm happy that you have discovered what drives you, and I'm happy that you have come to a conclusion.
I just wanted you to know that. And she kind of breaks eye contact and looks at the ground. And she kind of stops walking for a moment. Do you keep walking or do you stop with her?
I stop with her. We all have our reasons for fighting. Yours seem possibly more noble than mine. Suppose mine are a bit more selfish. There's a few people I care about, and I would die to protect them. I mean, I don't want to see everyone killed, but I was very content being a blacksmith. I was happy with it. I had a good life. I'd like to return to that life, but I know that if literally everyone dies, I can't. So I make a sacrifice now to hopefully save the future.
Save your
Forgive
friends. Right?
Did
She
she
said-
say save your friend or so
yeah,
your
save your friends. Because she's, and then she kind of, right? You only care about those select few.
I care about them enough to die for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I mean, I care for people in a general sense, and that I wouldn't want everyone to die. But
Well, I'm glad you don't want me to die, Carrick. And she kind of nudges you and walks back towards the camp.
Carrick kind of has this weird, like, I don't know if she was looking for a mentor or a fuck buddy. Like, it's
Why
very,
not both?
like, yeah, it's very much like a The Office gym look, I think. Like, anyway. That's it.
She walks back off to the camp. Do you follow her, or do you kind of just stand there for a little bit, or what are you doing? Kind of see her walking away slowly.
I take a deep breath. I look up at the night sky and I lay down for a minute, just like on my back with my with my confirm. Carrick has two heads. With my hands underneath my head, and I just kind of lay there and contemplate how the fuck I've gotten into this situation for about a minute or two. And then I get up and I go back to the campground.
Okay. Any explicit thoughts when you're thinking about how you got into this situation?
Not really. And the thing that actually motivates him can't grab just that he doesn't want to be possessed by Kothar or anything. And he feels like if he's a group of people, that maybe that will be less likely to happen. So he's just gonna go right back.
I just want to be alone. He's scared of Gothar.
Yeah, basically. That's entirely accurate.
Okay. So with that, you go back.
Yeah, he basically thinks like, oh shit. And then he goes back.
So you go back. You're not very far behind Rosanna, and you see that she's already in her tent. Everybody else is, as well. You guys all wake up, give yourselves a long rest. You still have that point of exhaustion. You wake up, and you make your way, continuing on toward the tavern below the Temple of Savras. After about another... does anything happen during this next 12 hours of travel?
I do approach. I don't. Never mind.
No?
I was gonna say something, but I realized I don't want to do it right now.
Okay.
Damien goes up to Carrick, and says, so have you thought more on our discussion?
I have. Let's see. To be
Have you...
written. Some of them are compound.
I think you broke up a lot. I don't think we actually heard
Yeah,
what you just said.
I heard like 3
I
words.
said I have 5 sentences written in some compound.
Captain, do you have your Ethernet cord plugged in?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, I don't know what the fuck's happening.
Yeah, I don't know.
You have five
Maybe, like-
five sentences written, and some of them are compound. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, on your search inward, is that? Have you thought more on that?
Yeah, that's what I'm referencing.
Ah, I
You
see.
said you made an oath. I'm trying to figure out what my oath looks like.
That's something that I can't help you with, but just look deep within. Look towards an emotion. That's what I did.
Thank you.
Then I kind of like walk away a little bit.
I walk up to Carrick.
Ooh.
Hi.
So have you ever heard about Freya?
Can I interest you in a give your friend? Oh, hello, Lady Kira.
Have you had any luck with your god search?
Well, I spoke with Kothar yesterday.
Oh,
That frightened me quite a bit. I would have told everyone, but I didn't want to make Rosanna feel awkward. I get the feeling that she is jealous of me, and
I got that too, actually.
yeah, and I don't want to make her feel badly that I'm talking to multiple gods.
I think it was more of that you were the first choice, and I think she wants to see you as kind of a mentor. So just try to be nice to her. But anyway.
Nice isn't my strong suit.
Well, you could work on it.
Yeah, that's not wrong. I think I've gotten better.
That's true. Did you see Kothar?
Yes, and it was somewhat frightening.
Was he the snake one?
No, he looked like, he looked similar to the dragon.
Oh.
All you saw was his face, and
I
it,
would
but
assume,
it didn't look. It just looked like reptilian. It didn't
it looked
look.
reptilian.
It didn't look like humanoid or anything.
I mean, I'm willing to look past that and the fact that he slithers when he talks, but he showed me images of myself, and they either displayed blood, or they displayed me with a warhammer in my hands over someone who I was to execute. I really didn't like the vibe I was getting.
Yeah, that's understandable. Did you try talking to Freya? You're the only one that's actually seen her so far.
I haven't. I was thinking about giving Paladin a shot. I'm tired of girls. I'll switch to Paladins. No, I'm kidding.
I went to the player's handbook, and like the whole sensibility of the paladin was so cool.
I mean, I guess on all accounts, Freya seems like a decent one. I mean, I thought Kothar would be decent, but he seems a little morbid for my tastes. I guess you think I should reach out to Freya?
I do, because it seems that the gods have a penchant of responding to you. And if anything, you might be able to get some information for us. Even if you don't want to align yourself with her, you might be able to find something out. Like
I mean-
what the fires of Freya are.
Yeah, well, tell me. Let's say I do get into a conversation with Freya. Tell me what you'd like me to ask her about. Because I don't know. I mean, The arrangement Goibniu and I had is I've proven myself worthy. He gives me power so that I can achieve our goal. That's fine. I agree with that. Our goal was aligned. Kothar, it seemed like it came with some sort of a catch, and I guess that's what Goibniu gave me as well. But at least Goibniu's was a little more palatable. I mean, he tried to choke me, but he didn't ever show me visions of me murdering someone with a hammer or covered in blood.
Well, Freya is all about balance. So I don't know if she would demand a cost from you if she gave you powers, or what that cost would be, or anything like that. But I do think it would be good for you to reach out to her. If she does reply, do you think you could maybe ask about the fires of Freya, or how to revive a withered daughter?
Yeah. Also, I guess about the corruption within you and within Flint. Maybe see if we can get rid of that.
Yeah, that'd be nice too.
Yeah, I'll try reaching out to her again. Or, excuse me, reaching out to her. Reaching out to her, this time. Because
She might
Kothar seems kind of weird.
She might actually need some kind of, I don't know, sacrifice? That sounds bad. But
I mean,
wouldn't
I'll try and hunt something I need to.
Yeah, maybe look for like a rat or something.
I mean, well, I guess I should keep a look at. Do you think that she'd be more receptive if I came with like some sort of
I think she would, because the entire time I've looked up to Freya, I've always given sacrifices. And it actually turns out that those sacrifices make my wolves stronger. So I think if you came to her with something, she's the goddess of balance, she would come back to you.
Do you think I could kill Master Abot and offer that as a sacrifice? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I mean, Ivris would be very happy about that, but the rest of us wouldn't.
That's a joke. I'm kidding. He's metal. I don't think you can really eat him.
I mean, the crystals.
Anyway, I guess I'll keep an eye out for any wildlife.
I'm sure there are rats.
Yeah, there's got to be birds, right? I'm sure there's been birds. I'll shoot a bird. How hard could it be? Okay, fair enough.
Just make sure you lead your shot.
Lead my shot. Any other pointers?
Roll high.
Aim for the wing.
Okay. Aim for the big part. Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure. Slap him on the back and then walk back to the kids.
So
Tap her on the forehead.
So you guys continue to walk for the next 12 or so hours until you're approaching the mountainside. Abot's leading the way. As you do, you see you get to a point where there is this small brick building in the side of the mountain, and it seems to be built into it. So you kind of would walk through this door, and then you would go in, and you would actually be inside the mountain. Abot, you've seen this door before. This is the door when you were doing Gaze of the Two Minds on Bombera. You saw him and Cyril enter. It's a plain-looking wooden door, no markings, nothing.
Just quickly, he's not saying anything to the group. He's just forward focused, trying to open the door and get in.
Okay. So you walk in, you open the door, and the door opens very easily. It's a big open tavern. There's a bar. Nobody at it. Seems like nobody's been at it for some time. There's a hallway that goes down, and then there's a door on the right-hand side. In that area, that would be the kitchen. The door on that right-hand side down the hallway is the one that you saw Cyril enter before. Other than that, there's nobody here. Do the rest of you follow Ava into the building?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Is there a place to hitch the horses?
Nope.
Should I stay outside with the children?
Sure.
Something juicy happens, come get me.
What do you? Well, wait. Do you think maybe, Master Damien? This might be a little weird, but do you think your horse can keep all the other horses in line?
I mean, yeah, but I don't know how good it is at babysitting orc children.
We should figure that out.
Probably not.
What is?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Last time I had an actual conversation with him, he's kind of a dick.
Oh.
But he's your dick. Control your dick.
Phrasing. Don't say dick in front of the children, please.
It's okay. They don't understand common.
You can just hear a bot from inside now. He just says, "What is taking everyone so long?"
Okay, I'll just bring in the children. It's fine.
I look at Orion and I say to him out loud. I say, "Keep the other horses in line."
You're just like, got it, bro.
That's better.
No humping the girls.
Roll a animal handling check for your horse.
Why am I?
I just saw
Never
that.
the horses again.
Wah, wah.
I told you they
just-
were
you just-
small.
You just rolled that.
I did.
And it got stuck. It's
Well.
an 18.
He was able to wrangle them all up. He takes the reins in his mouth, and he's dragging them along, taking them for a little walk.
Oh my god, that's so
Fuck.
cool.
So you guys walk into the space. Again, empty tavern, empty bar, no alcohol at the bar. Hallway that goes behind it into another room, and then on the right-hand side of that room. What the fuck? Why would you do that?
What the fuck happened there?
Who did that?
I was trying to unlock my dice because they were floating.
And instead you unlocked half the board.
Apparently, a lot of other things.
Okay.
God damn it,
If
Lola.
I could turn back time.
I have dice and it's annoying.
I'm gonna take away scaling privileges again, guys. Don't make me do that. So that said, you walk into the space, empty bar, no patrons. What are you guys doing?
Mobile will be here shortly.
Hello, Ava. Did you go? How you doing?
Oh, just wonderfully.
Abot's just kind of surveying. You can tell he's very fucking antsy.
Hey, but you know that last time, when you saw Cyril do this, the man was in that back room.
Oh, again, Abot surveys the room and then starts heading towards the back.
Okay.
Kind of wordlessly telling everyone to follow.
Okay. So you walk from one room to the next, and you go to this door, and you knock twice. With that, the door just opens. There's an elvish man with glasses at a desk, and he looks up at you. And you hear, yes, I said you'd come.
Well, I'm glad we're all so communicative.
He opens the door and lets the rest of them file in.
Go back out into the kitchen, and I'll make the passage. You will all need to make contact, otherwise you'll be left behind.
How many?
I would advise not bringing the children. They might die.
Oh,
And then he begins to draw a circle on the ground.
Hang on.
with a piece of chalk.
More detail than that.
I don't have any more detail than that. We did this with a child once and he died. I don't know what else you want me to say.
How did he die?
He
You're
got
not
to
in
the
there.
he
right?
got to the other side and he was dead. And now he's starting to draw runes along the edge of the circle.
Well, never mind. We have to go the entire fucking way.
Rosanna's in here with us, right?
All of you guys are in this. The children too. He just said that. This guy just said that blatantly in front of all of you.
Well, that is very unfortunate. Although,
You know my name. That's pleasant. Continues to draw.
Abot swivels his head towards the group. I mean, Abot's just so fucking defeated. Like, his shoulders are down. He's, like, sagging, basically.
As you do that, he stands up. The runes are ready. Tell me when you're ready, and I will commence the spell.
How do we do this now?
Well,
Next time on Dungeons and Dragons.
Are you not going to go?
Well, you just told us that the kids will die, so give us a second.
We've only sent one child through it, and yes, he died. So, with that, we are going to end today's session.
Oh, yeah. How the fuck do we do this?
Holy shit.
Just when I thought we had the fucking solution. Ugh. How the fuck do we do this?
well, wait a minute. So, I mean, we can just go to Kira's village and then come back and use this to get to the Jin Deep place.
I mean,
Yeah, but we still take 4 weeks to get to Kira's place.
and
That's 4 weeks forward and back, and we still have to fucking look for the wolf.
Frank is just rubbing his hands together with evil glee.
Yeah, fuck you.
jacking himself off in the
I mean, I think you guys should just go through the portal. Send those kids in, one by one. Or sacrifice one. Just send one through, see what happens.
Yeah, I'll send in a baby. He's useless.
Yeah, that baby's gonna survive this.
I feel like I was backstabbed.
Oh my god. Fuck small
Can you
ball.
imagine being in your house and a baby just fucking appears, like on your kitchen table?
Better yet, a dead baby.
Better yet,